Okay, Sean, let's do it. 3, 2, hold on, your microphones are on. 2, 1. Good evening, everybody. Today is March 27th, and this is our regular board meeting. Let me just do a quick look here. We've got directors Johnson, Perry, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself, Grywatch. I believe that constitutes quorum, so I call to order the RA board meeting of March 27th. This is the regular board meeting. I have some introductory remarks that I'll go through very quickly. Just as I start, as a side note, we have an item on our agenda, ladies and gentlemen, on RTC, and there was a scheduling conflict, so county staff will not be able to attend this meeting, so we'll have to do that, move it to another time in the future, and when we get to the agenda, we'll call it out. With that in mind, so this is the last meeting of this board for the 2024-2025 session. We are going through board elections right now. 2 board members will not be with us for the next session. On a personal level and on behalf of the board, I want to thank both directors Dodd and Grywatch for their service to the board and most importantly, their service to the community. I will just share with you that this is not an easy job because you have to be involved, and it requires time, commitment, and these 2 directors have really spent their time committed to the business of the board and serving the community. So I really appreciate that, and I'm sure the board will agree with me that we really appreciate your service. Just a fellow reminder to our board members and also to the members, anybody who's listening today, that RA board elections are still ongoing and they close next Monday, March 31st at 5 p.m. So please, we're not done. Please vote. Make sure you vote. A couple of small items here. Friends of Reston had an evening event 2 nights ago. And I attended that. Directors Santa, Flashman, and Perry were also there. It was a good event for Friends of Reston. We work with them very closely, of course. I want to give a big kudos to Laura Kowalski and her team for helping to organize and do all the work that they did for getting that show going. They did a really good job. There was a silent auction, and they managed to bring in some donations for Friends of Reston. On a lighter note, many of you might be familiar with Kingstown Homeowners Association. The president of Kingstown reached out to us, and we had a good conversation about partnership and sharing lessons learned and so on. So we have scheduled a meeting with her, Pam Vandenberg, to meet with us here and CEO and COO just to share some ideas about what they're doing and how we're doing things. So that's a good thing. Lastly, please, as I say all the time, every time, and again in closing, please be mindful of any conflict of interest that might arise. If you see anything, please declare it. And finally, please be mindful of conduct during open sessions. Everybody's watching us, so please avoid personal references to each other or other people, and let's discuss just the agenda and no disparaging comments, especially regarding past board members and so on. With that in mind, those are the comments that I have. I'm going to move to item B.
Mr. President, given your update, I move to amend tonight's agenda to remove item F, Reston Town Center North update, and that would be my only amendment.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second that.
Seconded. All those in favor?
I have a question.
Please.
Do you want to set a date for its review, or you're going to leave it open?
We'll have to leave it open until we coordinate with county staff just to make sure they've got their availability, and then obviously we'll send it out forward. And
Mr. President, inquiry. Director Grywacz is proposing to adopt the agenda that was handed out tonight, less paragraph F.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous, thank you very much. Okay, believe at this point we are on item C, which is member comments, and I'm going to ask Brittany to help us with member comments, please.
First, we have Michael Lanza, who would like to make a member comment this evening. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Michael Lanza. My address is 11792 Bayfield Court. And I would just like to say hi and thank you to everyone for their contributions to the election cycle.
Welcome.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
I would just like to say thank you to everyone, including the board, staff, and the association as a whole for the election cycle. And as Jalal said, please get out and vote. There's 4 more days. Make sure your voice is heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazu.
Next, we have Michael Poss.
I'll defer to the other members to speak until towards the end. Thank you.
Catherine Fay. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Catherine Fay. I live at 11549 Maple Ridge in Reston. This is not an agenda item, but I just wanted to make comments about, again, we are revisiting the availability of central air conditioning to members around the Lake Ann area who are served by RELAC. We were informed earlier this week by the operating company that they would no longer be operating the service and that the sale that had been planned and was approved by the SCC did not go forward. So that is one issue, or one thing that I want to have on record. I also had received an email from an individual about the current owner of Reston RELAC, or what we know as basically RELAC, and not the Spring RELAC that we thought was going to take over the services. And that individual does not know yet if he is going to be able to find someone to operate the system, or if he will be able to continue providing that service, which would then affect the covenant that we're all regulated by. The final thing that I wanted to make a comment about was that the State Corporation Commission issued its staff report about the proposal for acquisition, disposal, control of utility that was between Spring RELAC and RELAC LLC. One of the interesting comments that they had made, and it's on record in their report, was that 12 years ago they felt when Aqua Virginia was selling to RELAC that they did not see it as a viable long-term entity. They did not see that it would be able to maintain viability as a standalone for RELAC. And then again with this application that was most recently managed back last year in 2024 in July, they again made the same comment. The current RELAC owners have announced their plans to dissolve the business. However, it is the staff's understanding that the utility uses dated cooling equipment that requires significant repair and is in short supply. Spring RELAC represents that its current plans are to aid and provide service at least through the end of the cooling season. So the commission is aware that this is not a entity that is necessarily viable. We are running into the same situation that we did last year of the homeowners not knowing where they stand 2 months before the cooling season begins. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have David McAfee.
David would like to speak after I speak.
Okay. Wendy Quay. Please state your address, your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Wendy Quay. I live at 1739 Wainwright. I'm on the RELAC system. I'm also here about RELAC. I haven't prepared a statement, but I just, last year when this happened, I was kind of disappointed in how RA wasn't really kind of trying to help support RELAC, considering that it is such a unique and special part of our community. I think it's what brings value to my house. It's definitely why I love living in Reston and why I bought my house. And Reston RA, I know it's not your company, but you kind of throw up your arms and you're like, whatever, not our problem. But I am hoping this time around that you will collaborate with the people that are trying to take ownership of RELAC, and there is a person, which I think they're going to talk. And as far as her comment about that it's outdated, there were a lot of the community last year voted to keep RELAC, and they also donated money out of their own pockets to help bring RELAC, to service. And I think a third chiller was running for the first time in a long time this past season, if I remember. So I'm just hoping that you guys can support. I know it's just a small part of RA, 600 houses over there, but if you could help support us, that'd be really, really appreciated. It's a really special part. There's nothing like it in the country.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gary Maupin. And please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Gary Maupin. I live at 1800 Jonathan Way, the Harrison. But I'm speaking for the Reston Citizens Association tonight. So I'm going to read a resolution that was passed 2 nights ago. So the board of RCA wants to recognize the senior leadership team here. And so I'll just read that. Whereas the Reston Citizens Association senior leadership team of Matt Cummins, Peter Lusk, and Ed Vroom, along with their directors and staff, have demonstrated an ongoing commitment to fostering strong relationships with the entire Reston community. Whereas the senior leadership team became a very influential and positive influence in Reston, demonstrated by their dedication to the well-being and vibrancy of our community. And whereas the Reston senior leadership team has proactively worked with the master Reston planning principles and the significance of open spaces, which is crucial to Reston, including the 2 18-hole golf courses, which are integral to the community's character. Whereas a recent polling of the Reston community confirmed that the senior leadership team here is seen as being responsive, positive, and creative and popular with members. Now, therefore, it is resolved that the Reston Citizens Association expresses its sincere appreciation to the senior leadership team here at Reston Association for the dedication, proactive engagement, and commitment to enhancing the quality of life in Reston. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution will be presented to the senior leadership team as a token of our gratitude and recognition of their efforts, adopted 2 nights ago on the 25th of March. Now, on the annual meeting here, Lynn Malston, the president, will be, reading this and making it ultra official. But I wanted to read this tonight, and then I'm going to add some comments of my own, just from lots of years as a senior executive in multiple organizations, and also with the Reston Citizens Association, that I guess I'm concerned that the length of meetings by the board here are not helping Reston itself, Reston Association members, and the staff, all of which are extremely unusual to me, whether I was working on as a senior person at Navy and Air Force on weapon systems, billions and billions of dollars. Meetings start on time, they ended on time. They were never lengthy. And I saw that through my federal career where I got called to go to different agencies and CFO of the Department of Commerce and a senior person at Energy and Agriculture. And meetings started on time and they ended on time and they were never, ever lengthy. So I've seen this over the years. I just became a RA member about 9 months ago and was an RTCA member before that. So I kind of, feel badly about saying things like this. And having worked with some people here, including on the comprehensive plan, which had enormous extra time that Jennifer and I dealt with, which was totally crazy. So I'm just throwing my 2 cents in. I think we could be more effective if we did that in times set and times in. RCA does that, and all the federal agencies do that.
Speaking of time, your time is up, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Margaret Perry, who would like to make a member comment.
Thank you. My name's Margaret Perry. As permitted, I have provided my address to the board liaison. At the March 13th meeting, item M, the Lake Ann history, there was a statement made that the county is preparing to sell Crescent Apartments. I want to assure our membership that the Crescent Apartments ownership is being transferred to the Fairfax County Redevelopment and Housing Authority, which is still a Fairfax County entity. That they have been holding meetings with their residents. They had one in March, they will have another in April and May, and then they will have community meetings June through August. It is anticipated that the construction for redevelopment is at least 4 years out, and that FCRHA, that's the Fairfax County Redevelopment and Housing Authority, will work with its current residents for relocation if required during construction and return. The plan is to expand affordable housing in the area, and they will be utilizing a development partner. But at this time, there is no intention to sell Crescent Apartments, only to transfer which organization within the county is in charge of it. Separately, Public Arts Reston, which I am a board liaison for, met on Saturday to start a discussion for updating their master plan. The South Lakes High School STEAM team is working on their next Lake Thoreau art installation, and community involvement will be available at a number of upcoming events, the first of which is Celebrate Reston on April 5th. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jenny Rakes. And you've been asked to unmute, Jenny. You have 3 minutes. Please state your full name and your address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jenny Rakes. I'm at 11533 Hickory Cluster in Hickory Cluster. This is about RELAC. I wanted to urge the board or whatever parties are involved, that if this is the end of RELAC, please release us from the covenant so that we can make alternative arrangements in a timely fashion and before the costs increase due to the summer season getting into full swing. I don't believe that RELAC is viable. I didn't last year, I don't this year, and I just request that we be released from the covenant as soon as possible so that we can make alternative arrangements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Bitzer. Julie, you've been asked to unmute.
Hello, this is Julie Bitzer, and I am at 2020 Peppermint Court, Reston, Virginia. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight. As a past Board of Directors, RA member, officer, and currently the PRAC committee chair, as well as chairing some of the working groups, I want to offer my initial thoughts on, I don't know what agenda item it is, but it's on Committee's Resolution 5. In the past, the Board of Governance Committee would have worked through coming up with recommendations for the full board consideration. But I want to offer my recognition of thanks and kudos to Director Santos for bringing the Resolution 5 committee changes and updates for consideration to the full board. Certainly, our resolutions continue to need updating and changes to reflect current times and activity. So I believe that this is a welcome and needed step. I do have some thoughts, though, with regard to the committees. These committees are meant to be advisory, to add voices of the community to the conversation and discussion. Directors, as liaisons, provide committees valuable insight and context to the committee, but I do not feel that directors should be a voting member of an advisory committee. A director has a vote at the board level, and as such, also voting as at the committee level provides to me a double vote, a double weight. I hope that the board will use tonight's agenda item as a way to discuss as an information and to allow the new 2025-2026 board to address this resolution and make any voting changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next, we have Michael Poss.
Bless you. Hello, my name is Michael Poss. I'm speaking to you as an individual and not representing a group or any RELAC entity. I'm speaking to you from the perspective of being a longtime Hickory Cluster resident and homeowner at 11557 Maple Ridge Road, former director and president of the Hickory Cluster Association, a facilities management, contracts, and technology consulting professional, an active participant in the RELAC transitions from Aqua, Virginia to the Mark Waddell team, and later to the Simon McCone team, and a very satisfied RELAC customer. The RELAC customer community is now facing another bump in the road, about which I have spoken at length during the past week with Mr. Waddell, Ms. Euler McCone, Simon's widow, in place of her late husband Simon, concerned neighbors, and more. As before, retrofitting hundreds of rest and living units with individual air conditioning systems implies a huge estimated collective expenditure of more than $9 million. And many, if not most, individual residents, especially RA members on fixed income or otherwise limited incomes like myself, cannot afford such a large unplanned expense, even if we had enough time to do so before the typical April-May startup for the cooling season. Regardless, I am here to inform you that there is a path forward for the continuation of RELAC service impacted by very recent devastating family losses and key contractual obstacles. And there is a person here that can summarize this path forward. I am not that person, but he is here, Mr. David McAfee. He is a successful and expert professional in his field. He has successfully managed and operated the RELAC system during the past year. He employs the current RELAC operating engineer, and he worked very, very closely with Mr. McCone, late Mr. McCone. I personally believe that he and his firm of professionals are the key to RELAC continuation of service once current contractual obstacles can be overcome in the win-win spirit of community service. As such, I strongly urge RA to become part of a solution to this bump in the road by collaborating, if necessary, with all stakeholders and by supporting a RELAC path forward for preserving rather than discarding yet another threatened, unique, and critical community asset. By the way, did you all see the article in the Metro section of recent Washington Post within the last week? They're building a project downtown DC, dozens of living units with chilled water service. This is not an obsolete technology. It was used at the 2024 Olympics. There are more than 800 systems in the country using this technology, several here in the area. If possible, please now allow Mr. McAfee to speak. He's online. Thank you for your effort and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker.
No.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yeah.
I don't believe Mr. McAfee is a Western Association member.
That's what we're just, right. Thank you for the clarification. Can we just get a confirmation on that? He's not. Okay. So,
At the board's discretion.
I would welcome hearing from him for 3 minutes.
yep. I would welcome that as well.
Good afternoon, and thank you all very much for allowing me a few minutes to speak. Again, my name is David McAfee. I am the owner of Innovative Mechanical Systems and Precision Facility Engineering, as well as a few other trade-related companies. As Mr. Post spoke of, I have worked closely with Simon throughout the last year maintaining the systems at RELAC. I want to mention that I am not speaking on behalf of the current owners of Reston Water Cooling or RELAC Water Cooling, as well as the current lease owners of Reston RELAC. However, I do want to just give everyone some information about the system. It is, as mentioned previously, a slightly dated system. However, the machines that are in that system are still used throughout the country. The 19C style chillers, carrier chillers that are there, are actually used a lot, very widely down in Florida. Specifically in systems like this, which this system is called a once through raw water system, where it pulls raw water from a lake or river or estuary in order to cool the chillers down. This is, again, widely used in the United States still to this day, including the Washington Navy Yards and other systems that are currently being built and fabricated to operate in the same manner. These chillers, although are outdated, they are still a lot of parts and a lot of manufacturing that can still be done for them, including at the actual carrier factory. In addition, as a lot of people know, any equipment that was built in those days was pretty much built to last and be rebuilt over and over and over. As somebody else had mentioned previously this evening, we did start the season last year with 1 chiller operational. We finished the season last year with 3 chillers operational. Now, the system itself is actually in good working condition. We can turn it on as early as tomorrow if needed and have 1 chiller in operation. We do have a pump that we are in the process of replacing that's kind of been put on hold given the current situation. But there's absolutely no reason why the system cannot maintain chilled water throughout this season, just as it did last season. Now, the other thing that I did want to mention is I am very up to date on all the new systems, the new refrigerants. The reason why I named our company Innovative Mechanical System is because I absolutely love doing retrofits and staying up to date on the newest technology out there. For those who haven't followed the HVAC industry.
Could you just please wrap up? Your time is up.
Okay.
Just go ahead, finish you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
very
wrap it up.
briefly. I just want to encourage everyone to look up A2L refrigerants. So anyone looking to get a new unit, the new refrigerants that are out now are A2L refrigerants. R410A is currently being phased out, and the new refrigerants are A2L, which means flammable and explosive. So I would encourage everyone to do some research on the A2L refrigerants and look on YouTube as to what those refrigerants are doing now to current homeowners, especially in Europe.
Okay,
And
thank you very much for your time. Thank you. We have to move on. Brittany, do we have any other member comments?
That wraps up our member comments for this evening.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of you with your comments. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, I motion to adopt the consent calendar with the following adjustment, that we move item D2, legal committee recommendations, to item P, executive session.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye. It's legal committee recommendations.
Moving it into executive session. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Okay, all those opposed? You opposing? No. Oh. Abstaining? So we have 8-0-1. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, I believe we are now ready for our volunteer interview.
Mr. Marston, you've been asked to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I've tried to. I can't get the camera to work. I think it's still locked on your end, but that's fine. Basically, I saw that there was unexpected positioning open up, volunteer position on the Covenant staff there working with Cam Adams and I guess the inspection team. And so I've worked with Cam since I've lived in Reston for the last 7 years on a lot of rules issues. And so I'm just putting my name forward to volunteer to continue to help a staff that I've come to respect over the years that we've lived here.
Okay. Any questions for our volunteer?
I'm currently the board president of Mornings Cluster Association. When I got here, I immediately joined our board because our rules and regulations and bylaws were they were decades old. So that was something I volunteered to take on, and over time I became the president. We've adopted our own inspection worksheet, if you will, off of the Covenant's inspection worksheet, and it's designed in a way to try to encourage residents to take a harder look at their homes from a maintenance and repair standpoint. So if and when they go sell their home, they're not caught. I've also helped people before they put their homes on the market to kind of give them a pre-inspection, because I've kind of learned over the years what Covenants is looking for, and so we've tried to make those processes less stressful. So
Okay.
I'm happy to help.
Thank you very much. Yes, Director Joshua.
Thank you for volunteering. I'm just curious, because you're still a cluster president, that there are certainly times when a covenants issue can come up from a cluster or from someone in your cluster. We do have rules within the committee that say you have to recuse yourself, so I just want to make sure that you're aware of those rules and that you would be okay with recusing yourself from any case that might come before the committee related to your cluster.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Santa?
Thank you for volunteering. My question is simple. I'd be curious to know what is your thought process when reviewing a violation complaint?
You have to look at it from both perspectives and understand what both the resident is going through and what the deed and rules say, and try to come to closure and do that in a positive way and helpful way, and help provide solutions, not just the pink slip.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Director Perry?
Thank you for stepping up. I noticed in your application that it stated you have not attended a meeting. I assume that just means as someone watching. I assume you've attended at least part of a meeting at some point.
From a timing perspective, there just wasn't a meeting for me to attend. I will say that I have actually made a complaint as a resident, so I've been through the process. It's fair. I thought the meeting was run well. And again, I've helped residents through as they're selling their homes and getting the letters. I've helped them understand kind of what they need to do to their home to fix it. So I know I still need to attend the meeting, and I didn't attend the last meeting because it was canceled because there were no complaints. So.
Excellent. And then my second question is, I love that you have put in place kind of a questionnaire for your own cluster. Do you have thoughts or opinions on if there are potential opportunities for the covenants to improve from any standpoint?
Oh, absolutely. I have no problem stepping up, and Cam knows this, and so does Megan. I have no problem in making recommendations, particularly if it comes to fairness, or maybe different perspectives between two different inspectors, or something like that. So no, I had no problem whatsoever asking hard questions and making the process better.
Was that it, Director Perry? Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions here? Great, thank you for volunteering, and obviously we'll, when we go into executive session, we'll discuss this and we'll let you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Good night.
Okay, good night. Well, I believe we had only one volunteer interview, correct? Yeah. So as I mentioned before, and we took it out of the agenda, RTC and North is going to be deferred to another time. I'm going to move on to item G. That would be quarterly updates. Mr. Cummins? Mr. Lusk?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. There was a video and a write-up on the first quarter capital update. Just as a quick aside, I'd like to thank some of my folks who have really helped step up in the absence of Chris Shoemaker, who many of you knew. So Austin Mayhew and Jay Schmitz, if you're watching, thank you for everything you've done. The first slide in the presentation kind of talked through. We went through a triage moment, kind of prioritizing the things that were most important for us to get to this summer, which we all know in RA is very important. Not that we're pushing other things to the side, but we wanted to make sure we were focused on the summer and getting that work done. We've also heard from the board in these presentations that the board would like to see us looking forward and not just reporting on things that are going on. So we tried to report some things that are forward-looking in the next few months and through the summer. So I'm happy to take any questions on the presentation.
Okay, floor is open. Any questions for Mr. Lusk?
Mr. President, I had a conversation earlier this week with Mr. Lusk about some items in the, and I don't want to go through it, but if you wanted to maybe supplement what's in the report.
Sure. So just on the Lake Newport pool, if you went through the presentation, we mentioned that there was around $600,000 allocated for a full chip out and reseal of the pool. We found in late last year that we knew the pool was losing water, which is not a revolutionary thought for our pools. All of our pools lose water. But losing water at a rate that we weren't super comfortable with. So what we decided was that it would be more prudent for us to do a seal of some cracking, get that work done, open the pool for the summer, have a successful summer, not spend $600,000 and be unsure of the outcome of spending that money. Do some more work over the summer, do some dye testing, do some dives in the pool, see where the water may be going, and then come back to the board during budget season with a recommendation for what we should do moving forward. So this will save the funding. What I really don't want to do is spend nearly $600,000 and come back and ask for more money. I feel like that might be a mistake.
I don't think you'll get it anyway.
So that's Lake Newport Pool, and I see Director Perry has a question.
Yep. Director Perry, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Lusk, is staff confident that what we're currently doing as a Band-Aid will be sufficient for the summer and that we won't be having to put, tons and tons of extra water into the pool on a very regular basis?
It's a great question. So we actually did some of this last year as well. It was funded out of operating, so it wasn't something that the board saw, but we did some crack repair at Lake Newport last year. And like I said, all of our pools leak water, so this is not a revolutionary idea. So I don't anticipate, Margaret, a spike in utility costs. This was more about making the decision to make sure the pool was open and spending the time to find the actual problem. Another item that Director Farrell and I discussed was the pools assessment. So good news on the pools assessment front, the contractor will be on site tomorrow. So the board funded that in November. The work is happening just about 3 months later, so I feel like we're on the right track there. Director Farrell asked, how is it that they're doing 5 pools with $20,000? So we did this bid a little differently than we typically would do. Instead of saying, give us a number for completing this task, we said we have $20,000 for a pools assessment. How can you help us? So the 3 bids that came back were, one firm said they could do 1 pool for $30,000, which we don't have. One firm said they could do 1 pool for $20,000, and one firm came back and said, we'll do 5 for $20,000 because we would like to work with the Reston Association more often. So we picked the first 5 pools that were in the reserve study for replacement. We feel like we'll have good data to share with the board sometime in May.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'm glad you brought that up. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Saving us money and getting the work done that we need to do in order to make the capital improvement decisions that we are going to need to make over the next several years. Fantastic work. Wanted to also just take a moment to talk about Hook Road. I guess we're going to have a contract here soon.
We are.
To approve that. And the work at Hook Road is going to be done during the summer and during the fall ball season. You and I have had a conversation about the fact that those are 2 fields that are at a level of play that's comparable to the level of play over at Running Cedar.
Correct.
And you and I have had a conversation about the need to make the Running Cedar slope safer, which is one of the reasons why it hasn't been used for games. And I understand you're making some progress on that. If you'd like to brief us, that'd be great.
Sure. So this spring, staff put a plan together to install a railing at Running Cedar. We were prepared to present that railing to the DRB. At the time, when staff went out to Running Cedar, we heard from some neighbors that maybe they weren't so thrilled about the installation. So at that moment, this was in February, we sort of just paused, waiting to see where Hook Road was going to fall out. We still have the plan. We still know what we can do. So we're going to do some engagement out there, talk to some neighbors, let them know what's going on, that it's a safety concern for going down the hill, and we can report to the board on that progress next month.
Little League has told us, or at least has told me and maybe others, that it really is a slip and fall hazard going down a very steep slope from the parking lot down to the field. But with us losing the use of Hook Road for the fall ball season, it's really important that we enable Running Cedar to be used for game time decisions. I think that's game time, game usage. The only other thing is...
Can I ask a question about that one?
Please.
Okay. The solution that you have come up with that needs to go through DRB, if you had to guess the timing for installation of that, is that a 5-month project, 3-month project?
Oh,
or
the
something
installation
simple?
of the railing is a week, maybe.
Simple,
Yeah,
okay, so
this
it's
is-
simple,
that's
okay.
right.
So once we get DRB approval, it could go fast.
There is
Okay.
probably a longer-term strategy that
Right.
Director Farrell and I have discussed that we're not going to be able to do this quickly, but there is other work that we're considering. But to do this, to make it safer, is like a week-long project for us.
Okay.
Good to know.
In-house,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Good to hear.
The only other thing is on Barton Hill. And you and I had a conversation about the VDOT feedback. And one of the alternatives is, that might make VDOT happy is a raised crosswalk, which would be a combination of a crosswalk with what we call a speed table.
Sure.
I was interested if you can come back maybe at a next meeting and give us an idea of what the cost is. I know there's some difference of opinion within the community over there as to whether or not a speed table is acceptable. We can pursue that more, but the delta on cost is something we probably need to know about before we go too far down that road. Pun. Unintended.
Sure. So some of you might remember the association switched on-call engineers sometime last year. So we are in the process of transferring that project to our new engineers so they can take a look at it. What we know is that if we wanted to approve a crosswalk now, it would have to be a raised option. That's what we know at this moment. VDOT has pushed back many times on any sort of other option other than having a crosswalk at the intersection, which I think we know is not really in play here. So that's what we know. We're working it with our new on-call engineer, and I'm happy to come back next month and discuss it.
That's good. You done? Director Santa?
Just want to thank you because that's my street and my community does value safety because it's right next to a school. So I appreciate any and all follow-up, and I volunteer myself to talk to VDOT if needed. I just wanted to point out to my fellow board members, just so that everyone caught this, that Hunter's Woods Pool is closed twice in a week. So I didn't want that to catch anybody by surprise. And if there were any objections, I guess we should tell staff, but I remember there were comments saying the south side has more pools closed than the north side, so I just want to point that out for folks if they didn't catch it. And then
But you're on recreation update, right?
Yeah,
We're still on
moving
CIP.
forward. We're just doing cool.
Oh, did I move forward? Oh,
Yeah,
crap.
sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Well, now you got my comment.
Hold on
Yeah.
to that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll come to you first.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Save it for Laura, please. Thank you.
Just in a hurry to get
I am
to
in a
the
hurry.
agenda.
It's a long day.
Just
Good.
wanted to let you all know, those who are joining us online and on YouTube, the Zoom portion of the meeting has been locked down due to a potential spammer. So they cannot join the Zoom, but you may watch on YouTube to continue to view the meeting.
Thank you for informing us. Okay.
Excuse me, is
Sure.
it possible to put a notice so someone who does
Yeah.
attempt? They won't be able to even attempt. Sorry, okay.
Okay. Thank you. Director Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, just a minor question. The installation of the railings that you talked about, you said that there were some community concerns. Could you give us some idea as to what those concerns were?
Yeah, so what I found out is that this is a longer standing issue. This is not something that's just come up. This is something that's been going on for a while. The immediate neighbors, I think, are not interested in any sort of changes to that hill. So we're going to go out there, knock on some doors, and try to talk to the neighbors about this being a safety concern. This is not a major construction issue. This is just trying to get people to walk down the hill safely.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add something? Because I used that field last year. My son played and practiced on that field, and that slope is so steep that if it's winter and it's wind is blowing and your backpack is on with your equipment, you're just going full down. So there needs to be some type of structure that allows moms, dads, kids to physically hold on to something. Otherwise, we're at risk of something happening.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Lusk, I believe you have the next one. Are you doing the next one as well?
So I'll ask Laura to come up.
Oh, there she is. There's Laura.
While Laura is sauntering up here, the one thing I wanted to point out on the pool schedule is that we heard loud and clear last year two things. One, that the pool schedule is sometimes hard to digest, which I think we can all agree to. So we took a first whack at having these maps in the presentation. I hope that the board found them helpful. The second is we heard lots of conversation, to Director Santos' point, about pools open in the north and south. So we took that very seriously in our planning for this year, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Kowalski.
I'll address that really quickly.
Just get your microphone a bit closer.
I took an attempt to do these maps, and so really when you're looking at the maps where those dots are, it looks like it's showing that Hunter's Woods is closed. It's actually Dogwood. So if you look at the pool schedule itself for season 3 on page 12, it does show that I'm getting there now, that Dogwood is closed on Wednesdays, and then Hunter's Woods is closed on Thursdays, but open for the remainder. It's just the way the dots and the name of the map showed. So apologies for that. I'm not a graphic designer. Kara won't be hiring me anytime soon, so there we go. Okay, well, I'll just take a minute. I hope you found the quarterly update informative. Our next update will include a little bit more robust information because we will have additional registration information available to be able to compare it to 2024. This information was really only through February 28th. And I would like to highlight a few things. The pool schedule is updated in response to the member requests and then also the funding that the board provided for this year. So that's over 1,400 additional hours to the schedule. And there were 3 main categories, really 4, that we focused on. So an extension of 1 week during season 3. So that's when Fairfax County schools are out of school for the summer, and moving all the way to August 15th, which is right before they go back in session. The next is in that same season, moving from 2 days a week closed to 1 or no days closed for each pool during that same season. Next were additional hours open during season 4. So this is when schools go back in session, but it's mid-August. And then finally, the allocation of hours, those 1,400 hours, and adjustments to some of those others were also in response and alignment with the community survey results for when members prefer to use the facilities rather than what we have historically always done in the past. I'd also like to share an update regarding our pool schedule for water fitness hours. After further review, we've decided to remove the age restriction on those designated fitness times. While this represents an operational change, we're committed to ensuring a smooth transition and welcoming swimmers of all ages during water fitness time. The water fitness hours will remain dedicated to structured lap swim, water aerobics, yoga, stand-up paddleboard activities. As we implement the adjustment, we'll continue to collect information, and there may be opportunities, modifications that we can implement the next summer. The pool schedule will be posted on April 1st on the website as planned. And with that, I'll answer any questions for the full recreation report.
Okay. It's Director Johnson. No, there.
Yeah, about the hours. So why are we removing the age restriction?
So the age restriction is currently 15 and older to participate during the water fitness times, but that is not in alignment with the Fair Housing Act.
Perfect. Dr. Farrell?
Go ahead.
Will we have an opportunity to, I guess, put signage up or something that allows families to understand that they're entering into a session or a day that would be
This
fitness?
is a big change
Right.
for many users of the facility, so we'll be working with Kara on a variety of notifications, not just signage at the facilities, that would certainly be one, but we'll also have information on the website, direct email communication. As people are registering for classes, we'll see if they're, or passes moving forward, we'll continue to try to get them that information. So there'll be a variety of places to do that.
Great, thank you.
Before I pass it to Director Farrell, just one comment from my side. When you release the schedule, please check it twice. Last year, when we got the schedule, I'm not thick, but I was confused. I mean, one of the pools said it's open, and then it said it's closed. And then the hour said it's open, and it wasn't, so just.
That was one of the things we heard, and Peter kind of mentioned it leading into this session, but there will be some changes to the website to hopefully help with that.
Perfect.
Don't worry for those people that still want that same old PDF, you will have it exactly as it is, but we're working on some different ways to click to just see your own facility. And then also in the report, I mentioned the ability to sign up so that you can get alerts for just one specific pool that you're interested in, or all of them, if
Sounds good.
you're like me.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Director Farrell.
Ms. Kowalski, thank you. Much better
Good.
than prior years, and I hope that the result will be even higher usage and maybe back to the usage that we saw 5 years ago. But I am very concerned about one item,
Okay.
and it's in the Dogwood Hunterswood District, and I mentioned this to Mr. Lusk, and I hope we pass the concern on to you. I'm looking at page 11.
Thank you.
And that's the season 2. And what we're talking about is the period of time between Memorial Day and the end of school. Okay?
So page 11 is for Memorial Day until school is out on June 13th, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
And when I look at what pools are open and what pools are closed, and I think about it geographically, Dogwood Pool is the only pool that's south of the toll road and west of the Reston Parkway. And that's Stonegate, that's the folks in and around Dogwood. And functionally, what we're saying to those people is that if you want to use a pool, you're going to have to cross Reston Parkway. I just have a horror image in my mind of some young kids from Stonegate or those other communities getting hit as they try and cross what is a 5 or 6 lane road to get over to, I guess the nearest one would be, what's the nearest one that would be open?
Glade.
Glade. And it's quite a distance. I don't know if it's too late to make that change, but it just strikes me that when I think about equity and when I think about issues relating to, what I want to say, socioeconomic class, I don't think this is our best effort. And I'd like us to give greater concern to that, because I don't want any young kid between Memorial Day and the end of school when mom is working 2 jobs or dad's working 3 jobs or whatever, and they're trying to get to a pool on a hot afternoon and are faced with trying to get across Reston Parkway. I just don't think that's practical, and to say to that population that, gee whiz, you're not going to have a pool to go to safely, I think we can do better.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, Director Johnson.
And just to support that, firstly, I'd like to thank Director Farrell for bringing that topic up. Thank you very much. But secondly, was there did you do a capacity study for those times to determine what was going to be closed? Because my concern, in addition to Dr. Farrell's concerns, is that Glade is going to be really packed. And I know that the few times that I've gone to the pools, I'm not a big pool guy, it's really a packed pool. So I'm just not sure if.
So Glade has a larger capacity than some of the others on the south side. Because of its configuration, it does feel like you're really close together. So we do look at capacity because there are not as many facilities that are open during that time. So capacity is one. Staffing and structure of the pool is another. How many people do we need to be there? The response to the community survey during that time was another thing that was taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to do a plug to open Glade Pool on Memorial Day, because its normal close day is Monday.
So those would be holiday hours, so they would be open.
So it will be open. Okay, yay.
Thank you. Director
I
Perry.
just couldn't imagine Glade Pool not open on Memorial
Neither
Day.
can I.
Like that's the kids' pool. Thank you.
Sure. Director Perry.
Yes, thank you. This was a very nice presentation. Well done. I appreciated all the information. I have two questions, and I'll let you respond to each individually. The first is, in season 5, and I recognize there are a multitude of hoops to jump through. I just want to confirm, is the reason we didn't utilize Shadowwood, which is also heated, because Ridge Heights is open? Is that accurate?
Right. So, yes. So we have Lake Newport, North Shore, and Ridge Heights, and we felt that these facilities would be a great place to serve. Now, the exterior spray fountain, that's during that period of time at Shadowwood. The facility will be closed itself, so the pool will be closed, but the ability to get wet and have fun at the water playground area will be open to the public, and we'll advertise that as we did last summer.
And I just want to make sure that information is shared appropriately. The second piece is more of a suggestion amongst the whole team, not just your piece. You mentioned that people could sign up for an individual pool closing or all the pool closings. It would be amazing if, in our technology with our wonderful website, if we had the ability to say, okay, Glade Pool is closed today. Here are the 2 to 3 closest pools that are open, and give people that information right in their little hands. I certainly would appreciate that. Luckily I no longer have to drive all the kids around anywhere, but it is, to automatically be able to go and show, okay, Glade's closed, but Hunter's Woods, Dogwood, and Lake Newport, or not Lake whatever, are open.
That's great. So we do put that up on site signage, but now that we have the capability to get people the information on their phone, we can take a peek at that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thanks very much.
Nothing else? Nothing
No,
on
no,
camp
just
or tennis or
no.
I'm just kidding.
Quit while you're winning.
Thank you all. It was good to see a lot of you at the Friends of Reston.
I just want to express my appreciation to you and your staff for all the hard work that you do. Having done, I do sports on my side with my team and so on. Scheduling is the toughest piece to do, and you can never get everybody happy, but it's just one of these work in progress things until you settle on something. This is not easy to do. I really appreciate what you guys have done. Thank you very
I will
much.
pass that on to the team too.
Please do.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds.
Good evening, Mr. President and the board. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you for investing in looking over our Q1 report, and ready to just answer any questions that you have. I can tell you the state of the environment is sound right now, tonight.
At least for now.
You have a very strong team. There's a lot of stability with our environmental team right now, and yeah, I'm happy to answer any concerns or questions that you had.
Okay. Any questions, any comments? Yeah, go ahead.
On the second page, thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
And let me thank you for the pool tree trimming exercise. When we've had surveys of both Shadowwood and our pools generally, one of the feedback we get is that the vegetative material that falls into our pool services leaves the impression that our pool water is not clean. So pulling back or limbing back those trees such that the amount of vegetative material falling into the water is reduced is a way of enhancing members' services. So I very much thank you for that. And I would have expected to see that during Laura Kowalski's report, but I'm happy to see it anywhere in any report. The only other thing I'll point out, sir, is when we refer to the Razor report to the board doesn't approve that report, the board accepts that report. And so going forward, if we can use the proper, what is that at that point? It's an adjective.
Proper terminology.
Right. So if we can use the accepted as opposed to approved.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Great. Director Perry.
Sorry, just one quick question. I seen here that the kayak rack that was approved is with DRB processing. Is there a determination of where that kayak rack is going?
Yeah, Director Perry, thanks for that question. It's actually, just to lay it out, it's actually sitting with the county right now for the resource protection area clearance, which, as you know, is somewhat complicated. It got in around February 1st. I talk to them weekly, and then it will go to DRB right after that. So we're kind of needing to sequence. And I'm happy to share those plans with you, but it's essentially, if you know the small little meadow track that's by the Lake Audubon boat ramp to the left, if you're standing with the pool to your back, it's a small section where we would use the upper end of that vegetated area is what we propose to the county. And we would stack the racks sort of side to side, if you will. So there'd be 16 available slots, 2 racks of 8, right, Pete? 2 racks of 8.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Reynolds. Natalie.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to get this a little closer. I know there was a video, but just for those in the room and on the recording, I just wanted to flag a couple of the upcoming SSPA meetings and the PRC amendment plan meeting. So there is going to be a meeting for all the SSPAs that are in Reston South on April 1st at 7 p.m. at Langston Hughes Middle School. And then the next one will be Monday, April 7th at 7 p.m. at Langston Hughes. That'll be the Reston Golf Course and Sunrise Valley Drive SSPAs. And then the last SSPA meeting, which is actually the same day as the annual meeting for RA, will be April 8th at 7 at Langston Hughes. And that'll be all the ones that are Reston Town Center, or Reston North, sorry. And then today they just released a couple of meetings for the PRC amendment, which will be on April 10th, and they'll be held virtually from 12 to 1, and then there will be another session from 7 to 8. That's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for putting all of this together. It's nice to have it all in one place. For the next report, is there any way that the team can prioritize which of these SSSPAs and other land issues matters? So they're rank stacked as opposed to just giving it to me in alphabetical order?
Yeah, that could work. I can talk with the land use committee to help determine some of prioritization for that.
I mean,
Mr. President, these are all the ones that have been submitted.
Right.
There will be a screening process in which the board of supervisors decides which ones go forward and which ones don't. So I fully anticipate that the number 27 will be substantially reduced before we have to spend a whole lot of energy looking at them. So we may want to wait, or the Land Use Committee may want to wait until after that screening process happens to actually focus on the ones that are going forward.
whatever method works, I just want to see rank stack, ruthless prioritization. That's it.
Sure.
Can I just ask a question on that? So as we work with the Land Use Committee to bring a recommendation back to you on that, these SSPAs are very different. So for example, some may very much impact resident association but don't involve residential. Some may have residential, and one of our primary objectives is to gain residential units into the association. So in setting criteria for that, it might make sense to have some buckets or, some of that as compared to a pure numbering system, but I'm just throwing out some ideas because some of them are really very different in their scope.
However the committee would like to prioritize, I welcome it. I just want to see it.
Great.
The criteria is up to the experts.
Yeah.
I have a question. I don't know if you want me to bring this now or later, but the PRC amendments listed in this section, do you want to leave it for now or the CEO update? It's your call. You're the chair.
Go with it.
So my question is, I'll start with, do you have any readout on the views of the PRC amendment and how that affects with the red lines that we provided?
So let me try to answer on the high level, and then Natalie may want to supplement as well. So we received a copy of the new language yesterday. So a high level readout would be some of the things that we anticipated seeing in the new language, particularly around building expansions. So we have talked in the past with the board around one of our primary concerns being how do entitlement processes at the county flow with and or work with our capital improvement budget, with the primary concern being if we have an opportunity to work collaboratively with the county to address those concerns by creating a smoother, more efficient process with more predictable outcomes, AKA things in the PRC ordinance, that's of significant benefit to the membership. We believe that one of the big impacting factors on cost is when a PRC plan is required. And one of the main reasons that the sizing requirement creates that trigger is we have a number of bathhouses that would have exceeded the previous maximum expansion in almost any renovation we could have imagined. So moving up to a number like 2,000 square feet, we think gives us great certainty that most of our building expansions will now not trigger the need for a PRC plan. And that's important because if we ever look to put HVAC into these systems to try to make them more sealed so we don't have mosquitoes and things in the heat and humidity of the summer, triggering a PRC plan, as we talked it through with county staff, really was never the intent. There is no impact because we have better changing facilities with better, more restrooms. So we really appreciate the county staff working with us, on those sorts of things. Where we probably need to spend some more time looking through the nuanced language is in and around recreational uses, how we change from, say, a volleyball court to some sort of passive open space versus what if it's another splash pad. For example, we're getting tremendously great feedback on the Shadowwood splash pad. Should that become a priority of the association? How are those things viewed? They're not really intensifications, and that comes into the interpretation part. So we'll need a little bit of time to look through that. So what we'll be doing from a process standpoint is working with our staff, taking a look at it. We do have some outside legal counsel to help Tony take a look, at some of those language and some of the issues that the board has raised to make sure we stay on top of, and then forwarding a recommendation to the Land Use Committee and then ultimately to the board.
So my follow-on question to that is, it's my understanding that there's, per a motion that was passed, that there's a PRC amendment educational video that is slated to go out relatively soon. And my question is that video outdated in any way, shape, or form based on the latest draft that came out?
No. So we created that video as an educational tool to help membership understand what zoning Reston has and why a change in this particular set of provisions we should be keeping an eye on and how it affects us. The language itself, stems underneath. And we intentionally did not make it hyper-technical because the intent would be to get the membership to track the item and know what it is.
So, thank you. That's super helpful. I guess this is a comment for my peers, which is the intention of this video was to serve as an advocacy tool. That's how this conversation came up. And there have been expressions from this body that says we need to get more serious about advocacy. However, this video is not advocacy. There's no call to action at the end, and it does not explain the discrepancies that Mac just highlighted. So therefore, I would suggest that we don't release this video, update it, because otherwise is it wasted energy. And I would like to hear if people have objections to this train of thought.
Director Grywacz.
It's taken me 2 years of being directly related to these adjustments to fully wrap my head around what they are, how they operate, how we can improve the process, how we can engage in the process. I do believe that it is not wasted effort to try, however best we can, to educate our membership on this process. Like it may be for not, maybe only 50 people look at it, maybe 500 people look at it, but that's 500 more educated members that we have here. And even if we're not pushing them to do a certain outcome for us, I still believe that's a worthwhile venture, especially if it's already been made.
Can I respond?
2 bites. Who else?
Just hold on one second. I'm going by the order that I saw. Director Johnson?
Yep.
What is the projected call to action? What are you suggesting a call to action we can add to it?
What?
Not yet.
Who was that to?
That was the Director Santa.
Okay. Call to action.
Am I allowed to respond?
Of course you are.
Okay, I don't know.
Of course. You're allowed to respond.
If I'm not mistaken, Mac, there's going to be a process set up for hearings by the county to hear this, correct? And is that highlighted in the video? And I think a call to action in an advocacy video would say, because my understanding is that the video is a fireside chat where somebody two people get interviewed from staff and say, hey, what is this? What does this mean? And it kind of drops off and leaves you hanging. And my point of view is that if you're doing true advocacy, you would capitalize on the recording to then say, and here are some ways that you can get involved. And I believe that piece of information is missing. So you're educating, but you're leaving folks still not fully educated. And for that reason, I'm not saying don't educate. I'm just saying this needs to be reworked before it's released.
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
So I completely agree with my fellow director.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. The difference being between us right now is that I intend, when I pushed for this, I saw it as a 2-step process. One, what is a PRC amendment? And let people know what a PRC amendment is. And then the second one, once we got this second piece, which we got yesterday, to then say to the membership, we need you to call Supervisor Alcorn and we need you to say A, B, C. Short, 3 sentences. And that would be a second video. To do a call to action at that stage that we were putting that together would have been premature since we were hoping the staff would come in our direction. Now, I thank our CEO for giving us his view of it. I haven't even had a chance to read the latest draft. And there is going to be, are those, if I can inquire, are those going to be online? They're going to be online, those 2 sessions. So, until there's and the Planning Commission is way too late because once there's an advertising, text amendments are unique in that once the text is advertised, trying to get changes to the text is very difficult. The county attorney has occasionally taken the view that if you make any changes to the text, you have to re-advertise. And so the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors tend to resist making changes to a text amendment once it's advertised. So the time for us to really have an impact with a call to action is once we get the final word from the from the staff and before it goes to advertising.
I did
Natalie,
just, yeah, I just want to say that Bill Mayland has expressed interest in coming to RA and Reston again, like they did last time. So maybe if we wanted to do a call to action at the end of that video, it would be like, come support in that meeting, or I feel like that takes some of the pressure off. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, let me just offer from a technical standpoint, even if we were to release a video now, just to start an educational campaign, adding a new section when we know more about the specific dates, and what the board may want to have as a call to action, because you're going to work through that that's not that hard to do technically. Sean Barami's a master at, as I know from filming these things and seeing what comes out the other end. So we can certainly help you with all that if you want to get the word out about what PRC is now.
I'm not sure that the board needs to be involved in that piece of it because the board made a position, we have a position. So whatever our position is that's different than what the language on the table currently is, that's the call to action, right? So we send that out to members and say, go call DBT staff, or I'm assuming they're going to have an email address for these hearings, or the members can go to the hearings and make comments, or they can send a letter. There's multiple ways for them to get involved. Our call to action is very clear. We would like to see the things that the board approved. These are the things that are not currently in the current draft. So.
Okay. Any other comments?
I make a motion to delay the release of the video so it be updated to ensure that you have one piece of content that is going out that educates people in one swoop, not a two-step process.
I second that.
I think we've had enough discussion. Is there anybody?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. Tony, does this go against the previous board motion that took out any sort of additional advocacy action on this? Because that's the way the motion was originally crafted. The motion that got approved did not include this, but is not inclusion the same thing as going against a board motion?
I'm going to say that it's amending a motion previously adopted, so you need 2/3 to do it.
2/3.
Thank you, Trevor.
Any other comments, discussion on this? Okay, the motion has been seconded. All those in favor of the motion to delay the release of the video, say aye.
Is there still time for discussion of
Please,
the?
go ahead.
Do
You
we
haven't
have an
spoken to
idea of how lengthy the delay would be?
In my opinion, it's as quickly as he gets it done, all they have to do is record 30 more seconds,
Right.
add some language. I'm not asking for a rewrite. This,
Right.
Would you care to comment on this?
Amending the video is not hard. I guess I'm not clear on the call to action part that you would want the actual message.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, the county is taking feedback on the new version that came out yesterday. That process is going to run, Natalie knows the exact dates. They're looking for feedback. One step will become talk to us, and then potentially another rewrite.
Right.
Which would be our objective potentially. So.
But wouldn't the call to action identify gaps between what we want and what the current proposal is? And then asking people to communicate in advance of the next step being taken? So I think that could probably be done within a week?
No.
10 days? No?
So we need to evaluate that language and probably spend a little time with legal counsel as well, and make sure we understand, probably spend some time with their staff, county staff.
So I just want to make sure that we all understand.
Yeah.
We're asking to delay this until we put at the call to action on this. And I'm a little bit concerned, based on past experience. We're going to go through this, and once there is a call or several calls to action at the end of this video before this board, I will guarantee you today that some of the board members will say, that's not what we asked for, the call to action should be something else. And we're going to get into that loop. Just be aware of that.
The call that I'm looking for is as benign as stating, RA's explaining our position, explaining the discrepancy. All I'm asking for is, if you support our position, this is how you can engage. Here's an email address for collecting feedback. You could, what I would propose, because I don't want to dictate what the association and how they want to engage. I oppose the Walter portion 100%. I would welcome staff to do a gut check and say, are you guys okay with this before it goes out?
Okay.
And that's it. I'm not asking for revolutionary thoughts.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we are all clear about what we are asking for that call to action be, in order to be efficient and not do this 6 more rounds, and then at the end, several people are saying, that's what we asked for, that's not what we asked for, it's not right, and it's, so that's all. I just want to make sure that it's clear. Please.
My question has to do with the activities that are ongoing in terms of your communications, staff communications between you and the staff that produced this initial redraft. And I'm assuming that those conversations are continuing. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'll give kudos to Natalie, who has been working with county staff quite a bit. So yes, we told them as soon as they sent it over, we'd take a look and be back in touch.
Okay, so how quickly do you anticipate getting back to them? And I assume with specific recommendations for change in what they have proposed and justification for the same. And that would probably tie in with whatever is added here or being suggested to be added. How quickly do they react? And are we looking at 3-4 weeks, 6 months? What are we looking at in terms of their reaction time to your conversations with them?
So we tend to talk to them iteratively too, because we don't have to only do this once and have a universe of, so they're very responsive. Typically, I looked at Natalie, but Bill Mayland, who's sort of the head contact over there, is responsive within a day when she says, hey, I'd like to talk to you about it. I've got this question. Am I reading this correctly? We do if-then scenarios, so we game plan things out. If we came in with this, do I understand this would be the process or outcome, those sorts of things. So, I mean, we're going to need some internal time to take a look at all that, to then be able to pose those questions. I mean, I hesitate because, I haven't really spent much time with it. I looked for the building part because I know that was a major component, but there's a lot of nuance to actually ask the right questions. But we're talking about like a couple of weeks, not months in that scenario. And certainly we want to be prepared. It's of the highest priority association. So when we're talking about having those public input sessions, we would like to be able to comment on the discrepancies, obviously, between our previous draft red line and whatever this is. So, and that's coming up quickly. So it's the highest priority, but I don't know if we're going to call like next week or early the week after or something like that. It's that type of time frame.
The other part of the question I have is how you proceed. There are several ways to do it, and I'm not suggesting I'm going to exhaust all of them, but one way would be to say, okay, let's tackle this issue in this conversation, and next week we'll tackle the next one, and so forth. Or the other would be, let's deal with all of them and see what shakes out first, and then deal with the more difficult ones as we move forward in our discussion.
So, Director Flashman, are we talking about the motion right now? You're talking about something different right now.
I'm trying to see what his proceedings, how they proceed in their conversations to get a better understanding.
But we're talking, the motion is about delaying the video until they attach the call to action. That's the focus of that motion. So
I'm trying to get a better understanding of how the video will be helpful to their conversations.
Okay. So let me go back to you. There's a motion on the table, it's been seconded, to delay this video until you add some call to action element to it. How do you see the timing of that?
So
that everybody is clear here.
Yeah, so there are two components to the call to action. I mean, there is an official county portal feedback process, which is email and phone number. Getting that added, no problem. To the extent that part of the call to the action says these are the components of this ordinance that we find objectionable, we need a couple of weeks to make sure we are correctly getting the language right on that, as compared to this is significant, here are where the upcoming hearings are, right?
Okay.
So we need that time.
All right, is everybody clear on this explanation here? Okay, so the motion is to delay this until we add the call to action to the video. It's been seconded. We've had enough conversation on this. Let's just get a vote going here. All those in favor say aye. We have Director Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I miss anybody abstaining? Anybody? The motion passes 5-4.
Motion fails.
I'm sorry, I apologize. It's got to be 2/3, so the motion fails. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was still in the motive. Thank you. Do you have anything else?
So pursuant to previous board direction, that video is being finished up and can be ready to be deployed next week.
Okay, we have cluster. Thank you, Natalie. We have cluster outreach. Who's doing this? Oh, Megan. Oh, I see. Hi, Megan.
Good evening.
How are you?
Hi.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you
Please
so
go
much
ahead.
for reviewing our update package. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
Okay, any questions for Megan? Wow, this is a first.
I love the topics that you guys are picking
Yeah.
for each of the quarterly meetings.
Great.
I'm not
Yeah,
even in a cluster, and I keep thinking, I want to come to them, I want to learn. So I'm appreciative of you doing them.
Well,
Great. Well, please do.
tell Megan, take that as a compliment that everybody loves your package, and thank you very much for all the hard work that you've done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sure. Zane, congratulations.
So yeah, just as Zane is coming up here for the first time anywhere, this is Zane Safdar, our new IT manager. Zane was an internal promotion, so we'd like to congratulate Zane on his promotion.
Yeah, great job. Well done.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
Zane was the one-man IT wrecking crew for about 7 months last year while we figured out our path forward. So we're very happy to have Zane here. And I told him that he gets a free pass from the board for his first time, so please, please be careful. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me just add my congratulations and just say a couple of words about Zane. I had the pleasure of asking for his help last year with iPads and other things. And I will say this, of all of my experience, even within the federal government that I dealt with, our CIOs and IT and so on, you have been the most responsive person, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
If I'm sorry, if I can just add really quick to the praise for Zane. I got to see this already in the IT committee, so Pete, sorry, this isn't the first time anywhere. I got to see it opening night, and great presentation, and could not be more pleased that you're here. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great. Any questions for Zane? Again, that's a compliment to the work that you're doing. So if you have any comments you'd like to make, anything?
Thank you, guys. It's a pleasure being here, representing the IT department. One quick thing I would like to highlight. Going forward, I'll be providing these updates for the board on a quarterly basis. And I did want to mention that currently we are working on updating our IT roadmap. So you guys can expect that in the next quarterly update. That IT roadmap will include things such as the BOD SharePoint that we're going to be creating for you guys, cybersecurity, online mobile payments, and a little bit more. So I'm happy that you guys enjoyed the update, and if there's no questions, go.
How long out is the roadmap projected to go? Are you showing 3 years, 5 years? What's kind of the overall vision for that?
We're currently working on that with the single sign-on experience. We don't have an exact timeline developed, but right now we're kind of taking it step by step. But once we kind of develop that, we can let you know.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Great.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. How's the board doing? Do we need to do a recess for a few minutes, or are we okay just moving along? Keep going? Okay. We'll keep going. Mr. Cummins, over to you.
Okay, thank you, President Mapar. So in terms of a CEO update tonight, We have a number of administrative items, but there's a couple that I want to highlight because I think they're of particular interest to the community. First of all, I had a chance, you may recall at the last meeting, we talked about the W&OD trail, and we had just found out about Dominion Power's intent. Between that point and now, we tried to send a few quick updates, but for the community, community reaction up and down the trail has been very loud and very swift. So that effort effectively is paused at this point. Loudoun County asked Dominion to pause. Walter Alcorn entered a resolution and asked Dominion to pause. I went out last weekend to go see what it looked like. I rode the trail. It's mostly east of Vienna where it has started towards the Beltway and then into Arlington County. And I would describe it as scorched earth compared to what used to be there from a vegetation standpoint. This is a really big deal for our community, and not just in terms of the environmental portions of it, but the way we view ourselves from a community value standpoint. So we are tracking that really, really closely and seeing how we might be able to play a role. Obviously, Fairfax County is attempting to play a role as well. So I will have much more updates for you on that because our section would be coming pretty quick if they decide to move the way they were just suggesting before, going eastbound, into the 100 Mill district. So stay tuned on that.
I'm sorry, Mac, just to interject. Did you see the letter that Walter received yesterday about?
I heard about it. I've not
the
seen it
pause?
myself. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
I have not.
Okay, I'll shoot it over to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on his Facebook post. And
Okay.
it's-
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Can you give us a highlight?
I
Well,
will.
can I read to you what Walter said in his comment on his post? While Dominion is finally beginning to listen to the community, I'm disappointed that their pause in indiscriminate clear-cutting trees along the W&OD trail doesn't include the 4 miles that they've already devastated. The part of the letter says, "We have received a significant amount of feedback and have listened carefully to the concerns that have been raised. In response, we have decided to temporarily pause any additional forestry work beyond what is currently underway on the 4-mile section of the trail in Fairfax and Vienna." But of course, for those miles that have already been clear-cut, requests have been made that they pay for replanting of trees that will not grow large enough to be any hazard to the transmission lines, and they have not responded to that portion at all yet.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
So we will keep updating, of course, this group, and then use RA News and every other technological place we have, including the website on that.
Mr. President?
Yeah, go ahead.
They had, at least according to news reports, they have done surveying work to mark out what is subject to the easement and what isn't. My impression, and somebody please correct me, is that RA land does not abut the W&OD easement area, but someone can correct me. My concern is that having worked with more than one excavating tree clearing company in the past, they tend not to be really scrupulous with encroaching on abutting land. And so do we know whether or not we have any land that abuts that easement?
We do not. We're in the process of looking at all the plat maps and researching that, and it's also possible that there could be easements that RA has for access that have landscape and other sorts of things that we would have property rights to. So we're in the process of creating that.
Certainly, Mr. President, if we were to discover that we had land that abutted that easement or was subject to that easement, we would want to be assertive with Dominion in protecting the land rights that we have, because they're not allowed to do whatever they want in that easement. There are limitations and obligations in that easement area, and we would want to be assertive in making sure that they stay within the bounds of the document as to what they're allowed to do on RA land.
I just want to second that because I asked staff to make RA's position known to Dominion at the last meeting. But I also, and in South Reston, we do have, if not RA land, we certainly have members' land that abuts up to where they're clear cutting. But I want to make sure that, especially in South Reston, people also realize that there are tree issues in South Reston that create hazards all over South Reston. Bob is probably somebody that is familiar with them because he lives in that area. And so although, you know, our support of Dominion not clear cutting trees is a good one, we still need to recognize that our neighbors down in that area experience a lot of issues with trees that cause not only the down lines for Dominion or across the roadway, but also create fire hazards down there that our members have experienced. So I don't want RA's position to be perceived as, you know, we don't think that maintaining trees is something that Dominion or RA should be focusing on. In this case, it's just Dominion not being, not distinguishing between trees that should be cut and trees that shouldn't be cut. That we're trying. I think that even Supervisor Alcorn is advocating for too. So, and I'll be happy. I was reminded by that by a member this afternoon, so I'll be happy to send that to the board. I got it right before I came, but it did remind me that it's an issue down there because it's one of the older areas of Reston and it has a lot more mature trees and was built specifically to be in the woods. And that's the bordering area between Reston and even Vienna where they experience it as well.
Okay. Yeah.
I believe that Mike Reynolds made some comments regarding this in his report, and perhaps he could provide a bit more detail with regard to that so that we have a better understanding of what surveying he has done and what he has seen.
Yeah. So, Mr. Cummins, if I just can pass on to you based on what I'm hearing, it's very important that this gets priority in terms of looking into this, the maps and the plots and everything else. And just, even if it's before the next board meeting, please let the board know what your findings are. Because if, to Director Farrell's point, if we need to be assertive with the Dominion, we need to have those in hand in order to make a decision as far as what we need to do with letter, getting legal involved, et cetera, et cetera. Okay?
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Just a couple more administrative items. You're going to hear myself and probably Ms. Kowalski mention this several times leading into the summer season. We are hiring lifeguards, we're hiring lifeguards, and we're hiring lifeguards. So you'll start to see signs pop up all over the place. We're in full-blown hiring mode. If you know anyone, please send them our way. We have had incredible retention rate, which I think speaks a lot to our up-and-coming supervisors, you know, and the work of the rec staff and the consistency with which people enjoying their work experience here for the summer. So that's a good fact. But just a reminder, please help us if you know anyone looking for lifeguard work this summer.
Can I just comment? My daughter served as a lifeguard. She's now an emergency room nurse. Oh, wow. And the skills that she acquired working as a lifeguard over the summer really sent her on the path that is, I think, the right one for her and does a lot of good in the community. At the same time, my husband also had a heart attack at a Reston pool and was rescued by lifeguards. And so my family will talk to anyone in the world to encourage them to take the dive into being a lifeguard.
That's great.
So two administrative things that are not in the, sorry.
Quick question about that. What's the age range for lifeguards?
So I think Laura already ran out of here, but I believe it's 14.
Okay.
And that's, we have some issues with Department of Labor, and that's why, but I'm pretty sure it's 14.
Okay.
And there are some restrictions that some, you know, are restricted to desk duty rather than in the stands. But 14 would be great.
Okay. All right, two other administrative things. The annual meeting is coming up. You may recall last year, this was really exciting, and kudos to the communications group. We packed the house, which also meant we hit our occupancy max. So we are taking reservations again, and we are doing very well for this part of the year, but please pass the word. I mean, I think it's a really good thing when that many members want to come down and celebrate the successes and get to know their neighbors if they haven't met them. So look for more on that. We'll be sending out more communications. The other thing I wanted to just mention to the board, at the last board meeting, There was an ask for Director Johnson to work with myself and talk about reporting and keeping the board updated, not just on board motions, but other types of things. He and I have gotten together. We had a preliminary meeting here in the last week and a half or so. I think it was very productive. So just look for some enhancements there, and when we have something to bring back to the board, you will see that. And then lastly, member suggestions for the budget process are opening up here and going live. So you'll start to see a big push for that. Last year, of course, we set the record amount of member input on that, well over a couple hundred. So that's a really exciting thing. So as anyone out there in the public is thinking about what they want to talk to the association about, now is going to be the best time. So we'll have QR codes and all sorts of other ways to find that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for RC? Any other questions for RC? Go ahead.
I wanted to ask the board their thoughts on, there is an SSPA meeting, unfortunately, the same night as our annual meeting. And the SSPAs that are up that night are in North Reston. And normally, I would say we would all be at annual meeting. But is there someone that wants to go to that SSPA meeting, or do we care one way or the other?
Natalie?
Do we have staff going to
The
this?
staff will definitely be there.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
And I think, Mr. President, I do think that there's going to be a YouTube of that, video of that meeting, so that we'll be able to follow up on it.
It's at Langston Hughes.
But they bring the equipment in. They have in the past. Director
Okay.
Perry has her hand up.
Yeah, Director Perry, go ahead.
I just thank you for the report. Thank you for the information. Unfortunately, due to circumstances that were previously planned, I will not be at the annual meeting. So that gives you space for one more person.
Okay, thank you. But just to come back to Director Jack's comment on the SSPA meeting, there will be staff there. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Great.
Can we take a recess,
Yeah, I
Mr.
was just,
President?
yes, I was going to bring that up again. How does the board feel about pushing forward? Not. How about we do a recess and come back at 8:20?
How about 8:15?
That's 3
8:15,
minutes.
it's 8:12.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm just being generous here.
8:20 is fine.
8:20, yes. Good to go. All right, welcome back, everybody. I believe we completed the CEO update. We are now on item I. Mr. Cummins, over to you again.
Item I. Thank you, President Mapar. In introducing this item tonight, this is the third time that we're discussing this. I've done a couple of things over the last 2 weeks to try to put this in a position that hopefully the board will want to take the action that it wants to take. I spent time with a couple of board members who offered some thoughts at the last meeting and the meeting before to try to structure and craft what we brought to you here this evening. You may recall this item stemmed from a discussion a couple of months ago around a resolution that contemplates the board and the CEO having a conversation typically or theoretically in December around priorities for the following year. As we learned in researching that this has actually never happened, so there isn't a standard template for you to take a look at. In fact, the resolution doesn't even contemplate an action point, so it doesn't even necessarily say you're going to adopt something. In our first two conversations, we had brought to you a series of buckets, topical areas relating to things such as the CIP, efficiency, governance, that sort of thing. At the very first meeting, Director Juszczyk submitted a list of a number of additional items that she had wanted to see if the board would have concurrence on to add to the topical buckets. The board challenged us to try to take a look at those two things and see and evaluate how they were similar, the same, how they fit into the board-adopted strategic plan and other policy documents and so forth. So one of the things that I was thinking about in trying out a new format to bring this back to you, it seemed to me that the board is interested in having a document that is adoptable or blessing in some way. And I wanted to try to look at what those topical buckets would look like and how the tasks would nest underneath, and then provide the analysis about whether they were consistent, with your previous discussions and your adopted policy documents. As I mentioned at the last meeting, and I'll reiterate again, the totality of items, the tasks that were listed in Director Juszczyk's memo to the board are consistent with the board-adopted strategic plan, and I am confident that we can achieve those objectives or tasks within this calendar year. So what I did was take that list and look at which bucket or topical area they would be best located within. There is nothing to color coding in this other than we did it, in color on the computer, and then if you print a hard copy, you see the colors. They are simply discrete topical buckets, and the totality of list of those tasks, in addition to the work plan tasks that we had suggested for you within those buckets, are now listed in bullet point format. In some situations, the work tasks need to continue to be a little bit flushed out, particularly as we look at things like the RRF funding mechanisms, because obviously there are committee inputs and we need to just put timelines to those. But in terms of setting priorities, all of these things in terms of taking a look at the two lists and evaluating them against each other and in concert with your other documents, our finding is that should you want to do the universe of those tasks, we can accomplish those throughout the year. The only other thing or change between the last meeting and this meeting, there were other topical buckets and or initiatives that were listed in the previous memo. Now, the board indicated that you did not want to take motions on each and every item, and that your intent was to ask me to see if we could come back with something that would be adoptable. Based on your conversation at that meeting, I inferred from the board, and this is sort of a pilot run as we talk about not taking motions on each thing, that some of those items were not of interest based on the comments that we heard, at those meetings. So for example, we had put in a previous memo that maybe we would want to evaluate changing the fiscal year. We did not hear tremendous support for that. In fact, we sort of heard the opposite, even though there were some silent members. So you don't see that particular item on this list. The same would be true for the board retreat idea that was put out there, going to a quarterly assessment. Those sorts of things do not appear in the list. So we believe this is something that, should you want to adopt tonight, encapsulates your conversation from the last meeting. I think they're all accomplishable within this year. Of course, with the caveat that should something new come up, we'd probably want to be able to talk to you about how that impacts that. And there are some variables within some of the metrics that are proposed that we're still working through, and you, I think, generally know what those are because they've come up. So, but overall, setting metrics and setting, this sort of thing for a 25 looks good to us. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions and see where you all want to take this.
Any questions, any comments on this?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Just like to note, I said this before, but on page 3, the first bullet, I closed that out for my secretary's report because that board motion from 2023 has been completed per reporting by staff.
Which one is that?
First bullet on page 3.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we closed that out. So it's less work for you, that's what I'm saying. I have a question regarding priority 2. Bullet 1, number 1, benchmarking against HOAs nationally. Should the sequence of this be that you're first establishing benchmarking within our own departments before we go after national HOAs?
I would probably posit those are 2 separate sets of best management practices. And one of the reasons is, so talking about the national concept first, one of the lessons we learned from the Denver Highlands Ranch example is that it is likely that these other big associations will also have special tax authority districts that overlay them in the way our tax district 5 does, and they fund different things, meaning their total assessment is not always going to be an apples to apples comparison, which means we will need to be prepared to understand how to translate any national benchmarking. And age of community will play a significant factor. So for example, in the Denver Highlands Ranch example, which was only 1, as a newer community, they had 1/3 the Covenant's staff, and then had a substantially different emphasis, for example, in capital, because their facilities were almost brand new compared to the age of ours. I still think it's very valid and relevant to continue to do that work. We, at the same time, and this is where I think it's a different bucket, when we look at best management practices internally and how we link our resources within the budget and how much resources we're putting and what we get for output in terms of service delivery or KPIs by department and how those things tie to the strategic plan, that work operates independently or within just RA because we have a value system that is likely to be different than some of the other HOA value systems. So it's good to study them as being different, but then also understand we are doing things here that they may not be doing, and we still want to achieve service outcomes and explain to the public why.
Okay, so in short, you're doing both?
Yes.
Okay. I have another question. It'd be the second to last bullet. And I'm just curious, continue benchmarking efforts to align operational budgets within similar employers in the industry. Does that mean other HOAs, or are you looking at county, or what is, I guess I'm trying to understand if you have just a gut check of what similar employers mean.
So this suggestion came from Director Juszczyk, and I was planning on following up on some of those details with her. We're certainly looking for appropriate benchmarks, and we do have some things that translate into other types of industry as individual service lines.
Okay. I'd just like to note that less work for you to do. Page 5, third bullet from the bottom, solid waste leaf collection can be removed since that's no longer an issue and it was voted by this board, so we can close that one out as well. So just less work.
There was supposed to be a letter, though. Did that get sent?
I don't know.
Can I follow up on that? On that point, we were supposed to be sending a letter to somebody saying, we think it's a great idea and we think you ought to be using small tax district number 5 to implement it. Has that correspondence been sent out?
I am not sure. I'm going to look back to Cam. I'm not sure if we followed up on that. It's on our list.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So
that might mean a change to that bullet, so that we're not looking to. Thank you. Pleasure could be there.
Yep, we'll get it
done. I have, and this is just me being me, because this is my profession. In the strategic plan implementation matrix, this really long thing that we have in front of us, 2.42, I just like this body to know that we don't need to establish a criteria for when stories are sent to local and regional media. And I know that CARE already does this, but I'd like the language to be updated to reflect that we need to do stronger storytelling. So for example, when we issue a press release about our dues, the headline should be, we are getting X more pool hours, we're extending the week. The way we issue our press releases read like memorandums, and they're very boring, and they're not good at storytelling. So I'd like that to be noted. And I think Kara is tracking with what I'm saying. I'd also like to highlight this discrepancy here, that we are saying in one of these that we are a community-based organization, and Mac and I have gone back and forward. We are an HOA. We cannot fall under this trap. It is a dangerous trap, and I would respectfully ask that that be updated.
Do you know what the number is?
That's 2.23.
So I might just offer as a way to guide this conversation. So we have never talked as a group about how and when you may want to update the strategic plan. And so as Director Santa is pointing out, within a multi-year strategic plan, there may be a thought, some of the language or the main objective has pivoted or is not as relevant as it was at the time of adoption. So we are hitting the 1-year mark, on that. If there are things that the board as a whole is interested in updating, we can certainly talk about that. And happy to bring back analysis on any of those things. Some of the language in the strategic plan really was very tailored at the time to board concerns that were being raised at the time. So that may be an opportunity to be nimble and talk about how you all want to go about that. What we have done in this document is to just try to keep track of what is done, what the status is and that sort of thing, which we've been reporting, quarterly, of course.
Totally understand that, but words matter, and introduce RA as a community-based organization that represents the needs of the membership is not an accurate reflection of the entity that we are, which is an HOA.
Help me understand, an HOA is a type of community, and it
That's
refers
a
to
lit-
the needs of its members, so if you're not a member of the HOA, you're not part of the community that would be addressed there. So I don't understand what the danger is in the words as they're.
So HOAs and COBs are actual legal definitions that exist for all sorts of reasons, and we are an HOA. We are not a community-based organization. That is a fact.
That is a legal term
That
of
is a
art that
fact.
I'm not familiar with.
That's not a fuzzy feeling, that's a fact.
Council, do you have any thoughts on this?
Under the definition of POA, we are a Common Interest Community Association, otherwise known as an HOA.
Common
Thank you.
Interest Community Association.
That's the statute saying.
I am-
501c4, and that's a social welfare organization. That's helpful.
So we're lots
So
of
is
different-
community-based organization a legal term of art that I'm not familiar with?
It is.
I believe it is, yes.
So we're muddying the waters by using
Little
that term that's been taken for another use?
So council, just question on my part. Don't use community-based organization?
I would either go with Common Interest Community Association or Homeowners Association.
Okay, that message is clear to you, Mr. Cummins. That's the end of that.
It is. I think the policy issue, if you go back to the genesis of that language, was not, I think, to get into this sort of
Fine, but
nuance.
we're
It
here
was-
today, we're talking about
No,
that.
it
We
was a
just got-
historical
yeah.
reason for it at the time.
But the reason I'm bringing it up is if you go to the policies embedded under that, it was meant to send a message to the community that we're not just a homeowners association, that we will play a leadership role in the community. So without picking the wrong words, there was thought process, and if we got the wrong one by saying CBO, there was some thought by the board at that time
Okay.
to indicate that, so.
That's the end of that conversation, then don't use CBO. Done. Go ahead.
Can you go back to the staff one that you brought forward?
Which staff one? I only brought 3 from here.
What do you need?
I guess it was the one before this one then, where Mac said that was one that was on Jen's list.
There was one for CAM on solid waste, and there was one,
I talked about solid waste,
242.
which is 5, page 5, third bullet from the bottom. I talked about, you're referring to page 3, the second bullet from the bottom. That's not in there. It's in this thing. It's page 3. It says, continue benchmarking efforts to align operational budgets with similar employers in the industry. He says that's something you brought forward.
I don't think
That was mine.
Okay.
That was,
That's when you said it, I was like, I have no idea what she's
I don't know
talking about.
I don't know where it came from. I'm
So
just
that
asking
one
for-
is not mine.
Okay, that's all I have.
helpful.
Go ahead.
I just trying to get a pulse of the folks that have been working most closely on this. And Travis, I know you got an opportunity to speak with Mac prior to the meeting and have had other sessions as well. Jennifer, you've had other sessions. Have both of your needs at least been met for this time being, where we could get an approval of the priority document that we're looking at in front of us today for Mac to move forward on?
I am largely there.
Okay.
I have a single question, and I think it's probably going to be a minor one, Mac. So it builds on, I think, Izzy's first or second question with regards to priority 2, first bullet, benchmarking against similar HOAs nationally for best practices and fiscal responsibility. In 233, you also referenced that you're going to make time to visit Columbia, I think. Can you add language here for benchmarking against local and national, so we can make a concerted effort to get to know our neighbors, like the folks in Columbia and Burke, things along those lines, and we can develop some partnerships and things like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And there was certainly no intent to exclude that. So for example, as President Parr had the opportunity to meet a president of the Alexandria, Kingstown, the big, yeah. So we're always looking for those opportunities. And then we're happy to talk about the differences, because the 5,000 unit versus 20+ thousand unit really are just structured differently in terms of professional staff and the rest. So, yeah.
Yeah, but Columbia, for instance, is a lot more
Right.
of a one-to-one.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Did you?
Jennifer, anything that you wanted to add?
I don't know what document we're working from, so maybe I'm just lost. But are we
Tab-
working from
Tab H?
from this one, or I reviewed the one that was in the packet, which was this one. So
I think that's what Mac is primarily working off of as well. I know
This one?
other board members have made
Or this
comments
one?
on the one that you're holding with the colors, the priorities on the colors. This should include.
This one had duplicative stuff on it, which I talked to Mac, and Mac was going to redline and get rid of.
Jennifer's referencing in her list, she said evaluate the triple RF funding model. And elsewhere, we had suggested evaluating the triple RF funding model. We simply copied those over. I'm going to call this a Scribner's error, but because they're duplicative, they mean the same things in all situations. We simply didn't want to have, because they're clearly in sections, some concern that her list was pared down. So it's only about 3 items. It's not very many.
3?
I don't know the exact count, I'm sorry.
So are you looking for us to adopt this or this?
She's pointing to the strategic plan that's already adopted, so that's all in place. I don't know if there is an ask, because the resolution doesn't say you're going to do anything. I thought I heard from the board at the last meeting that you would like to be in a position to adopt a document, so we put together an adoptable document.
Let me go ahead and get that ball moving, and then we'll see where folks stand on this. But move to approve the priority initiatives as presented by the CEO and as amended or suggested by Director Santa, Director Johnson, Director Juszczyk, and Director Farrell.
I would second that motion.
Discussion? Yep.
I had just, I think, 2 or 3. On page 3 of the document with the color headings, let me ask a question of our Chief Operating Officer. How much are we spending ballpark here? Doesn't have to be last number. Tot lots?
Playgrounds?
Per tot lot? I think an average number would be around 75K.
Only reason is because we're saying that in the second bullet from the top on page 3, we're saying we're only going to use the facility investment review process if the project is more than $500,000. And obviously, we're using that process in the function of playgrounds or tot lots, whichever we want to call them. And so I'm concerned that by wording it the way we are wording it, that we're telling the community we're not going to consult with them in that process. So I wouldn't want us to straitjacket ourselves to say we're only going to do it if it's more than $500,000. And I think we can probably take out that dollar number and go forward without it.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. So two thoughts. The one thing I would point out is that it is required if something is over 500,000, so we have to do it then. But I think we've been pretty clear that there are other amenities we're going to use it for. So if we need to edit that, that's not an issue.
I would suggest that you do edit it so it's clear to the community we're not going to ace them out of the playground tot lot process. Can I? Thank you. On page 4, under the financial considerations, I seem to recall, and I haven't gone back and looked at the tape, that we did have a conversation about engaging a commercial real estate broker at the last meeting. And I thought, I know I made myself clear that it was really premature to get involved in that process, given that the current lease runs through 2032? 2030. That typically, when you go through that process, you do it about 3 years before your current lease is over, not 6 years before your current lease is over. Given the limited amount of staff time, I don't think we need to have that and spend time doing that in the coming year. And I would encourage that it be removed. You've got other things to do. That's what I got.
Thank you. Any other?
And so,
And the third thing.
is there a response to that, or?
No, pleasure of the board. Is this an inference moment? Everyone's generally okay if we pull that up? Okay.
And just to confirm, on page 5, the second to last bullet, we're going to rewrite that to talk about a letter to the Board of Supervisors saying we like the idea, and hey, let's take a look at small task number 5 to be the pilot for the unified trash collection.
Third to the last bullet. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Third to last bullet?
I have it at second to last, ma'am. On page 5?
Is it the one that starts with solid waste or not?
Oh, that's fine. You're right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So on that motion that's been seconded, all those in favor say aye. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All those opposed?
You want to call it?
I will call it, I will, let me.
This is a motion to
Yep.
reconsider.
I have Director Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, myself, Grywatch, and Director Perry. For those opposed? Abstaining? We have Director Farrell, Santa, and Josh Jack.
603.
603, motion passes. Thank you. Mr. Cummins, I believe you have the next one as well.
Yes. So I'm excited to get back to and talk to you all a little bit. We have talked about the concept of being more proactive in talking to communities that are on the periphery of, or in the case of somewhere like Deepwood embedded within RA, the opportunity to join RA, the value of joining RA and what that might look like. This stems from a board motion, but I would say numerous conversations with the board. Just want to remind the board, this specific set of tasks relates to existing unit, let's say, because they're not all, we call them apartments, and originally the motion included the word developers. And I mention that because we are splitting out the effort to follow up on proffer provisions or yet to be built projects And Tony and I are expeditiously making contact and trying to work with those people. This specific effort was relating to units that are already existing and occupied. So in order to carry out that and start the process rolling, we identified all of the units that would fit into that category and started to divvy them up. And the combination of Chief Financial Officer Vroom, Chief Operating Officer Lusk, and myself made phone calls to managing partners, managing operators. We started calling to see who we could talk to that could potentially be in a decision-making role. In looking at all those unit counts, there was no necessary magic to it. We wanted to get to as many as we could. So there are still buildings and communities that we have not yet had a chance to contact, but we're reporting on the ones that we have. So we split this into two efforts. One is reaching out to those entities and having a conversation about what RA is, because frequently some of the managers don't actually know, and talking about what the cost looks like, what they get for joining RA, and so forth. In terms of general reporting to the board, I would say it was much more positive than we might have envisioned for a first phone call. When you are calling, particularly, let's say, an apartment community and talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars that they had not planned on spending, I think we anticipated more immediate thanks but no thanks sort of reactions. And we really didn't get that. Now, nobody immediately ran out and signed up either. So I say we broke this into two work plan parts because in order, I think, to be really effective at this, it's not the first cold call. It's going to be the consistent beat of the drum to talk to them about what RA is and why they should be in. So we are in the process of setting up follow-up meetings with every one of those entities and then starting the next round with the folks that we haven't gotten to. And then at the same time, we know that over time, it's not just going to be the phone calls. So there are some marketing materials and other things that communications is putting together that will help, aid in that cause. In fact, if anything, we think there's a gap between people that are moving into these particularly apartment buildings really knowing what RA is. And so reaching those people, and particularly to the extent that our non-member passes are now at the same cost of assessment, it'll give us a real good barometer if we can start to see apartment communities interested in doing some non-member passes or testing their foot in the water to then get them to join fully. So the effort in terms of reporting back to the board, as I see it, would be a quarterly report back to the board, much in the same way you see here on status of each of the different entities that we're talking to, general themes we're hearing, and it's certainly as we get closer on any real catches, how that might work in terms of the deed restriction and so forth. So I do see it as a long-term effort. I mean, I would love to say that we're going to be super successful early on, but I do think it's an attrition and we need to just keep at it. So I think it was positive for the first step over about 4 months worth, and then we're going to keep going from there. So that's what I've got for you tonight, and happy to talk about the maps or the materials or information.
Okay. Any questions on this topic for Mr. Cummins? Director Perry?
Muted.
Just one quick question, because I really am not sure, and I'm hoping you guys have the answer already. I noticed on some of these conversations, it's with groups that are within Reston Town Center. Are they required to be part of RTCA, and therefore there's no good reason for us to be having conversations with them, or do they get to choose?
So I believe the answer to that question is yes, Margaret, and we are still putting together. We thought we identified buildings that were at there, but not necessarily within the RTCA, but we do know that it's possible that if the map is slightly off and we got one, we apologize. Okay. So that could be the case. No, yeah.
I had seen it, and so I just wanted to make sure we weren't trying to recruit groups that absolutely have a requirement to be elsewhere.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next item.
Before we leave this?
Yeah.
At a prior meeting, Director Perry indicated that she had been in touch with some of the 30 apartment complexes that are already part of RA. And I'm wondering if we couldn't impose on her to, at some point, give us a readout on which of the 30 she's talked to and what's the message been and what's the reaction. If we could look forward to that. I'm not looking for a report tonight. If
No,
we
I have a
could-
question for you.
If we could get something about that, so that the board is aware of what those efforts have, what those efforts have been like and what kind of response we've gotten.
Director Perry, you okay with that?
Well, I actually have a question and a statement. One is, I have requested an updated list of the apartments because I did not have 30 on my list. The updated list I've received from RA does not include 30. So I would appreciate if Director Farrell could provide his list of 30, because apparently no one in RA seems to know that there are 30 other than him.
Oh, that's the number that, Mr. President, that 30 is the number that I've been given by staff. We know that information because they get to vote. And so in order to enable them to vote, we have that. And it is my understanding that it's 30. If it's 20, okay, fine.
Yeah.
Whatever that number is, I'm sure we can get that information.
So
Well,
Director Perry.
I've asked staff recently, and the number I received was not 30. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so
to
Director
keep
Perry,
it at
whatever,
30.
yeah, whatever
The
that number.
second statement I have is that I was specifically directed not to talk to owners about joining RA. And so that is not part of my conversation, but I will certainly update in the future with what conversations we are having.
If I can clarify
Please,
my
yeah.
inquiry, my memory, and I can go back and look at the tape, and we both can, was that there had been contact already with apartment owners who are already part of RA, to apprise them of the fact that effectively they're subsidizing the TSA apartment projects. I don't know what the nature of the message that went to the RA apartment owners, the apartment owners who are already part of RA. I just would like to know which apartment owners have been contacted and what message and what feedback we're getting so that we're all on the same sheet of music.
We will absolutely connect Director Farrell. Mr. Champ, if you could chime in offline, because if I recall, that was specifically voted down, and therefore that has not been any part of any conversation I've had.
May I speak to this?
Please, go ahead.
So Margaret is speaking to a motion from February 27th. Secretary Santos, Secretary by Director Johnson, move that RA do public education campaign to educate current RA apartment owners of the impact of the TSA apartments not paying the RA assessment fee. That motion failed, and I believe I had sent an email thread about this that said, because Margaret said this, that stops her and prevents her from doing the work, and therefore, if you wanted to do this, somebody would have to do the cleanup motion in order for Margaret to do what was happening. And those who voted in favor were myself, Director Farrell, Director Flashman, Director Joshua. The nays were Mapar, Dodd, Johnson, Perry, and Gray Watch abstained. So
And my conversation with Mr. Champ, as he called me directly, was that I could continue the work that I had been doing with my constituents that had nothing to do with that motion, period.
Okay.
So that would need, a reconsideration would need
If,
to be initiated by someone who voted no.
No,
Correct.
not correct. It's a motion that's, reconsideration is only available, pardon me for
oh, yeah,
interjecting.
please, go ahead, yeah.
Reconsideration is only available for the motion or the meeting that it is. Once the meeting adjourns, you move to either amend something previously adopted or to rescind. And that requires 2/3 with notice, or without notice, simple majority with notice.
Okay.
So in that case, the motion to rescind could be made by anybody regardless of how they voted the first time, or?
So may I inquire from Director Farrell, what is the significance and urgency of this?
There isn't any.
Okay.
My point was, there had been a representation that contact
I
had
see.
already been made on this
So
point.
there seems to be, yeah.
On this point with our existing apartment owner members. And all I wanted to do was to say, okay, if that's happened, can we know which existing apartment owners have been contacted and what has been the nature of that? Typically, we have a resolution that says that the spokesman for the association is the president and the CEO. And I just, it's about who's speaking and what's the message and what's the response to the message, and enabling the board to be aware of what communication is happening. It's been the practice of the president and the CEO to give us a readout when they meet with Supervisor Alcorn. I'm trying to get the same kind of process when there's a conversation with the apartment owners who are already part of RA.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Director Perry, but from what I'm hearing is that Director Perry is indicating that she hasn't talked. Well, over to you, Director Perry. I don't want to speak for you.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Is it my understanding that Director Farrell is suggesting I am not allowed to have contact with my constituents because I am not the spokesperson for RA?
I don't think
that's what I took from that. So I just want to make
Please
sure.
clarify.
If the object is, which was the object as I understood it, to have the existing apartment owners get into an advocacy position to suggest to Supervisor Alcorn and others that it is in their interest to have the TSA apartment owners join RA so that they are not in effect subsidizing, the apartment owners that are already members are not subsidizing the TSA apartment owners. That's an advocacy exercise. That's not a constituent service exercise. And I would expect that kind of solicitation of advocacy would come from the president and the CEO. That's typically how, that's how we ran the casino exercise. We ran it through the president and the CEO, and that would be consistent.
Director Perry?
So to clarify, I had been working with staff to speak with my constituents about a number of things. I have never and have no intention of ever at this point speaking to them about advocacy on any level regarding TSA. That has not been part of my communication with my constituents, nor based on the failure of that vote, will it be.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Perry. Great, thanks. With that, Mr. Chen.
Finally, what you all came for tonight.
Yes.
My presentation.
Yeah, the highlight of the board meeting.
Before I go any further, my compliments to Director Chuck Farrell Johnson and, of course, Director Perry for their indulgence in helping us through this deed subcommittee. By way of brief recollection, we had originally discussed taking up a deed amendment at the February 2024 meeting. It was decided that because the document, while it was the practice to update it every 20 years, it was not required under the amendment article. And so the decision was, is the juice worth the squeeze? And it was decided by this board that an education campaign needed to be undertaken to solicit feedback from the membership as to whether or not there was interest, appetite, and whether the expenditure, which would not be insignificant, of doing a deed update was warranted. A director of communications put on an excellent education campaign, and the metrics are in the document that was provided. Unfortunately, everyone's happy. Or should I say, fortunately, everyone's happy. We received a total of 10 responses, of which one was substantive. And if there are greater questions about the communications campaign, I will definitely turn it over to the expert. We met with the subcommittee. We relayed the findings and staff's recommendation that we not move forward at this time due to lack of interest and cost, and we are now relaying the same to this board.
And the committee had followed on and had a recommendation
Ah,
to the full board.
the second recommendation that was added was that any deed amendment coincide with an election cycle. I do have one thought on that. We do have certain portions of the deed, RELAC for instance, that will not line up with an election cycle. So I would suggest that the motion which we gave to the board be amended slightly to say something along the lines of, except to the extent that the deed permits a specific article be amended by itself, general amendments to the deed shall coincide with the election cycle.
So moved. I think that's the report of the committee back to the board, and that the board take no action at this time to engage in a deed amendment or restatement process. And that's the recommendation of the committee, which means it's before the body. Your board committee making a recommendation means it is before the body without further action. In other words, you don't need a motion in a second. The committee's made the recommendation.
Can you read the motion again?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's two-part.
Okay. The motion is that any
Well, the first motion is that no
further action be
no
taken.
further action with regard to amending the deed be
Mhm.
taken at this time.
That's number one.
Second
That's the first
motion-
part.
Yes. Second motion will be that any future amendment of the deed, excluding only those sections that are specifically enumerated to coincide outside of a general amendment, be only taken up during an election cycle.
Submitted to the membership during an election cycle.
Correct.
Okay, do we want to go through the motions right now?
One at a time, yeah.
One at a time. Let's do with the first one first.
We need to
Can I speak on the motion moment? Or no?
Director Perry, you have your hand up?
Well,
I
first-
know. Director Perry, did you have something?
I just wanted to make it very clear, and we talked about this in the committee meeting, that, while we are recommending that no deed update occur at this time, we want to make it very clear that this does not mean that a deed update needs to wait 20 years to occur in the future. If there is reason to move it forward sooner, that absolutely could be taken up at any time, as long as it then falls within following the election cycle to go to the membership.
Mr. President, we had an inquiry from our Assistant Secretary looking for, do we have a second? Because it's a recommendation from a committee of this body, it doesn't need a second. A subcommittee of this body makes a recommendation. That matter is immediately on the floor for consideration by the full board.
Thank you. I saw Margaret's hand up, and I wanted to make sure we got
Yeah, yeah.
to her before that. Okay. So on the first motion, we don't need a second.
No further
All
action
those in
taken on the deed
favor,
at this
say
time.
aye. That is unanimous. Thank you. And on the second one, council just read it, and I can't keep up with all the words, but go ahead, please.
Is this motion intended to? Thank you. Is this motion intended to tie the hands of future boards to this process, or is it a recommendation?
My co-chairman can speak to this, but I understood it to be a recommendation so that, as a little bit of background, the last time we did this, we didn't get quorum.
Yeah, I remember.
And so this recommendation is being made so that we don't have to go through the torture that was done the last time to try and get to quorum. And so that's why it's a recommendation of this body that any future deed amendment be subjected to the membership, or submitted to the membership during the annual election. cycle.
That's all I was trying to clarify.
Right.
It's a recommendation.
It is a
So it is not a motion that we're going to vote on?
No, it's a motion. It's a
wording-
recommendation.
the wording is.
To not do deed updates except
Okay,
on
a
the regular
recommendation,
cycle.
but
It's
again,
not
we're-
tying the hands of a
As you
future
said,
board. If
Yeah.
they choose to ignore us, they
Thank you.
can.
Okay, so just so that I'm clear on this, for me, we're using the word recommendation in the motion? Okay. Again, that motion doesn't need a second. So all those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Are you clear on that?
That's it.
Is that
Great.
clear, Brittany?
Yeah.
You'll go back to the
I was
tape.
looking at the item summary, and it said it was a suggested motion, so I.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not the proposed,
Committee, the
Committee,
subcommittee.
right.
but also the proposed board motion at the end is
Slightly different.
move that it be included, and instead the wording is being changed, so it's
Recommendation,
recommend
yeah.
that future deed amendments, with the exception that Tony stated,
Yeah.
be included at a board of directors election cycle.
Council, may I ask you to work with Brittany just to make sure that the wording is, okay, thank you. Great, thank you. Thank you all. I believe is Ed here, or are you doing this?
I am channeling Ed.
Mr.
Thank
Ed,
you.
Mr. Ed Lusk.
Thank you. So the board will remember, last year, the association underwent an organizational assessment that MAC led. One of the overwhelming responses from the organization was that purchasing can be sometimes burdensome, and that they would like to see a more streamlined process. So at the end of 2024, we approached the fiscal committee and just said, are you open to us revising Resolution 7 and coming back with some recommendations? They said yes. So we've been to the fiscal committee twice with an update to Resolution 7. I'll just give an overview of the proposed changes and then happy to answer any questions. So the proposed changes to the resolution contemplate the following. A budget manager or someone who manages a cost center. So if you work in aquatics, you may manage the pool materials budget line. Their authority would move to $1,000 to $2,000. Department director approval will increase from $5,000 to $10,000. A new level is being proposed, which we think will help move things along, where Ed or I could approve things between $10,000 and $50,000. And the CEO's approval level, based on the proposal, will increase from $50K to $100K. Originally, we had thought that we would want to talk about the board's authority moving from $100K to $150K. In our conversations at the fiscal committee, we talked a lot about, this topic and thought about how this might work, and we decided ultimately to recommend that the board's authority remain at $100,000. So if you read through the memo, one of the major changes here is that the board procurement panel would go away. I'm not sure if everyone knows about the board procurement panel, but they sometimes approve things like our annual gasoline delivery, custodial services, chlorine. We bought a lawnmower with the procurement panel this year. So these are really operational items, and I'd like to thank everyone who has served on the procurement panel because I know sometimes it can be burdensome. But if you looked at the tables that Ed put together, the new purchasing limits don't change what the board will see. The board will continue to see the same level of contracts. What it does change is Ed and I would then see the majority of our operational contracts, and MAC would see those between 50 and 100,000. So we think that this will help from a staff perspective to move things along more quickly. And I'd just like to read verbatim the motions that the fiscal committee made. Move that the fiscal committee approve the proposed edits to Resolution 7, as presented by staff, and that the board of directors approve these edits. So that was just a brief summary because I know we still have a lot to get to, but happy to answer any questions.
Good. Good.
I just want to note for folks, because Pete and I went on this, on page 3, there's an error, so you know what's being updated. C per Pete, correct me if I'm wrong, it's not 3 bids, it's 2 bids.
Sorry, where are we?
For goods or services purchased between $10,000 and $49,999, that would be 2 bids instead of 3. That's correct.
which also reflects that there needs to be an X in the column as well.
Correct.
Just so you know that these things will be updated.
That's correct.
Move to approve the proposed edits to the Resolution 7 as presented by staff.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor? You, okay, sorry.
On which side do we fall when we have 100,000? Is it the CEO's authorization that is enabled, or is it the board's requirement?
Margaret
to see it?
can't hear you.
No, sorry. On which side do we fall when you have 100,000
Exactly.
I
flat
believe,
end?
yeah, I believe the answer is max authority would go to 99,999.
Okay, just as long as it's clear, because
Yeah.
otherwise
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
going to end up
It's a
with
good
problems.
point.
Good point, good point.
Which
Okay.
also needs to be updated in the chart.
Correct.
Any other questions?
We
Great.
we can blame Ed.
All those in favor say aye. Sorry,
I have
sorry.
something. So this wasn't discussed at fiscal or, but I will tell you, as a member of the Purchasing Procurement Committee, when I first came onto the board, I understood that the language in the resolution said that we had to have 3 bids for things, or 2 bids in some cases, but most of the time, 3 bids. And so I kept telling poor Chris Shoemaker when he would send things, no, I'm not approving this, because we didn't have 3. The way that staff read the language in the resolution is that if they've sent it out to at least 3 places, but didn't necessarily receive a bid from those 3 places, they only received, say, 1, that is valid. And so I wanted to make sure, since we are talking about this resolution, is that the way that the board sees it? Are you looking for a resolution that has at least 3 bids? Or are you looking, and there are some provisions in here that if it was a super special project, like for instance, we have the clay courts at Glade, there's only really a very limited number of vendors. So it doesn't, we have a special provision for that. I think it's called single source.
Correct.
So if there is a single source, there's no option, there's a different path. But for ones that are not a single source, is the board looking for a resolution that gets 3 bids, or a resolution in which staff sends out at least 3 request solicitations, but only gets, not necessarily 3 back?
Any comments?
I'd be happy with 3 solicitations.
So what changes would you amend?
It's an interpretation change. It's an interpretation.
Well, no.
I interpreted it when I came onto the board and read my, directions as a person on the procurement committee,
At least 3
that
bids.
it meant that I was going to get 3 bids.
And what happens if you don't get them?
Right.
And that is how it's written.
Then we don't move forward with the work.
But right now, the interpretation has been 3 solicitations.
Well, the way it's written, it says, sorry, it just says here, for example, in 2C, at least should be 2 per, Peter, not because I want it to be, that's what he said. It's at least 2 written bids from competitive sources. To me, that means that RA would be reviewing 2 bids, not soliciting 2 bids.
Right.
Because if you have written bids, that means that somebody had to respond to an RFP.
Counsel, do you have some?
So the way we've been treating it is a no bid is a bid, because they don't want our work, which is what we encounter with Chris quite often. Either too small, not interested, thank you, or outside of our geographic area, or we have too much work. So to me, saying I don't want your work is a affirmative response. I don't think we've had a situation, I don't want to speak to that. It's my recollection that's the vast majority of times that we've stated, that we've only got 2. We don't often state, we just haven't heard back. An absence of a bid, I can see Jennifer's point, but an affirmative, we don't want your work, is a response.
But if we're changing it from 3 to 2 anyway. As a general rule of thumb, we're at least getting 2 on most of these anyway. Is that correct?
Right.
Am I?
That's correct, Margaret.
We'll come back.
I don't like the term solicitations because, well, our staff are the most ethical people I've ever had the privilege to work with. A solicitation is more easily manipulated than a no bid. A no bid requires, hey, I got your RFP, I don't want the work. A solicitation is, I sent it to 123 Happy Street contractor who, is a fly-by-night shop anyways, and
We weren't expecting a response
yeah.
in that
but-
situation. Yeah.
So we leave it the way it is?
That
We
would
do,
work.
I will say we do get a fair number of single. I
Yeah.
set it to 5, we get 1.
Mm-hmm.
And both the board and the procurement committee has seen that. I gave up after a little while and just would, send an email and ask. But, I don't know, it hasn't felt right to me, so I just want it, that's why I'm asking the board. It didn't feel right to just take that interpretation when I personally interpreted it differently when I read the language.
So what, can we just leave it the way it is because that's what we've had and it's worked so far? That's another way of looking at it?
If the board really wanted to make a change, we could drop a footnote that simply said a no bid shall constitute a responsive bid.
That's what I was going to ask is
Yeah.
is there language that would appease the situation?
I think that, I would support that.
Me too.
Yeah.
That doesn't require
So
a motion,
we're,
does it?
who made the motion?
I did.
So I will amend the
Amend the
motion to add language that a no bid constitutes a bid for the purposes of
Required number.
meeting the requirements of the resolution.
Mr. President, we might ask if there's any objection.
I was just about to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Is there any objections to that? So moved. We're back to the original motion now with the amended language. All those in favor, say aye, please. And that is unanimous, and thank you very much.
Boy.
Great. Mr. Lusk, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We are on item M, Director Santa.
Okay.
Over to you.
I will make this super quick because I have heard from Jalal that there will be payback if the meeting gets extended too long.
Point of order, I said no such thing in open session.
But in all seriousness, it's getting long. So my intent with my item here is a couple of things. One, every year we have to affirm or remove advisory committees, and we haven't done that. So I just bring this to this body's attention that we have to do it, so I'm forcing this conversation. A couple of other items that I've discovered as I reviewed all the resolutions that are part of the section called Committee Operations Administration is there's no clear guidance on how often committees should meet. The composition of the advisory committees isn't consistent. So for example, PRAC has one and EAC are governed by different compositions compared to the Land Use Advisory Committee. We also have the 55 and plus committee that needs to be removed because it no longer exists. And then I clarified and strengthened the purpose of the committees and gave it greater scope. So those are my changes. I think the majority of them are benign. I think I'm not seeking for a vote tonight. I'm just starting the conversation. But given the time, I would say we can take it offline. The only true question that I have for you guys to just think about, because I'd like to address this in the second April meeting, is how is it that you really want to handle the composition of committees? Right now, the composition of committees is you have a board liaison with no vote. Land Use Advisory Committee has 2 voting members, at least, that are directors. And This cycle, I don't believe there's an assigned board liaison. So these are matters of, I believe, fairness and equity, because these are advisory committees, unless you want to elevate the land use committee to be a formal board committee, which then matches the structure of fiscal, and that's something for consideration. It's a topic that you should digest. I've made my red lines, you have them in front of you, and that's all I have for tonight.
So you would be making a motion to defer this into the April meeting?
Yes.
The April 24th meeting.
Yeah, April 24th meeting? I'd second that motion.
That motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. I'm going to call the names here. Director Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself, Grywacz, Perry. Those opposed? Director Juszczyk opposes. That's 8-1. The motion passes.
I have just one question.
Please.
You have a version that has both blue line and red line.
So red line is Tony helping me to bring it up to date to all the other resolutions that he's updated, so it mimics the language. So the blue is me, he is red, and you can see which ones I am because it deals with the scope. So that's me trying to strengthen the committees, but most of it is Tony trying to bring it to be consistent with the rest of the edits that you guys have made as part of the board resolution to clean up the motions. To clean up the resolutions.
Dr. Johnson.
Just to add, I've made some changes. I'm not color-coded. I think I might be green right
Okay.
now, but largely questions.
Okay.
So we can discuss those whenever.
Sounds good. Great. Please, go ahead.
So I understand that board members want a chance to review this and that you may want to discuss it in the future. I'm fine with that piece. But the reason that I voted no is because I think that the board needs to have a discussion on the changes and that it's not a thing where individual board members go back and forth or via email we share our thoughts. So that's why I voted no. I much prefer have the discussion with each other at a board meeting.
But
But
isn't
that's
that what'll
not-
happen?
I lost the motion. I'm just clarifying.
No, but isn't
No,
that what will
that was
happen the
my-
second meeting of
let me-
April?
Let me get Director Santa to,
That was, my intent was to do that tonight, but given time, and I just want to be respectful to all of us and our families, I'd like to do that at the next board meeting, well, the second one in April.
Okay, so we're not working on it between now and then.
You're more than
Then
happy to leave
then I
comments.
understood, okay, and I understood the motion wrong.
You can't stop anybody.
yeah, you can read it. Okay,
So no payback, Joel.
we'll talk. All right, return budget surplus, is that Mr. Cummins or?
I will play
Are you playing?
Mr. Vroom on
Mr.
this
Ed-
one.
Mr. Ed Cummins now?
Yep, that's right, Ed Cummins. So this item was added at the end of the last board meeting for discussion this evening. Just by way of quick background, you may recall you had a series of conversations over several months, late '23 into '24, about creating a policy regarding ongoing, and I'll say unrestricted operating cash. At that time, we were working through the totality of cash on hand and putting it into categories, particularly around stream and wetland credit funds and the CAT funds. So the board advanced a policy of keeping between 1 and 2 months operating cash on hand. It's our job to report that. We had Chief Financial Officer Vroom report that to you all at the last meeting. We are just over 1 month's worth of operating cash, so within the existing policy, indicating that we would not spend excess surplus cash at this time. The totality of the delta from last year's budget was about 0.5%. It is as tight a budget as we have run relative to expenditures in some time. I think that's due to outstanding work in our operations and financial departments in coordination. So this item was added. Once it was added, we talked to the fiscal committee about that. So at the last fiscal committee meeting, they had a discussion about that and advanced a recommendation to you all that we are within the policy of 1 to 2 months operating cash, as the board has said, and recommends nothing at this time.
Mr.
So
President?
that.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
So at this point, that's sort of where we're at. I do have just sort of a procedural question. If the board would like an agendized item each year, even though we're in the policy, that's just something I'd like to understand too, so I can make sure Ed schedules something. He did not understand that part of it. Assuming if we were within the policy, we wouldn't need to do that.
Mr. President, I move that compliance with the current operating cash policy has been met for 2024.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Yes, go.
The fiscal committee had a motion that I think should be part of the.
I thought this was it.
Both the fiscal committee motions are, so the first motion that Director Farrell read is from the fiscal committee.
I just want to make sure you guys know that the fiscal committee. Okay.
So I reported that in generalities, but I'm happy to report it in verbatim. The recommendation is move that compliance with the current operating cash policy has been met for 2024. Part B, move that the fiscal committee notes that the operating margin has been sufficiently managed and no further action should be taken against these dollars.
Mr. President.
We're good.
Are you going to do
Call the
both?
vote. You got a second?
So is that that's two separate motions? He
Yes.
made the first one, it was seconded, yes?
Sorry, that it's my fault. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I just trying to make sure I'm the fiscal liaison, that you guys have all the information that happened at their committee. That's it.
That's good. On the first motion, Director Farrell's motion, there was a second, correct?
Yep.
Correct.
Director Roboch seconded it. All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. On the
Mr.
second
President,
motion, please.
move that the operating margin has been sufficiently managed and that no further action should be taken against these dollars.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. Thank you very much.
But do we not still have the question that Mr. Cummins raised about whether this needs to be an annual occurrence?
My
Pleasure of
expectation,
the board here.
Mr. President, my expectation based on the prior conversations in 2023 and 2024 is that once the fiscal report is received for the prior calendar year, there would be a report to the board as to excess cash, and I would expect that practice to continue unless there's an objection on the part of any board member.
Right, but must it always be accompanied with this kind of a motion?
No, depends on how much.
If it's within the 1 to 2 months
Yes.
policy that's already been set, was that not your question?
Right, so in reporting to the board, at the last board meeting, Ed reported to the board that how much excess cash we had and how close we were relative to the budget, and then we were within your set policy of 1 to 2 months. And then there was an ask to have an affirmative motion of the board that you're compliant with that. Happy to do that, but
Since we're just doing this, we're just starting this process, it makes sense to me, Mr. President, that we keep up with it for a number of years, and then we can just let it fly. But having had a history of having excess cash that got unallocated over the course prior to the current tenure, the administration's current tenure, we probably want to do this for a little while so we get used to it, would be my thought.
What is, any other comments from any other board members? Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to hear what our treasurer has to think, if there's an objection or, no? Okay.
No, I think that's a reasonable tack to take. It's been kicked around, the issue of operating cash or unrestricted cash has been kicked around for as long as I've been listening to board meetings. The fact that staff has come up with a parameter within which to operate, the fiscal committee will be reviewing it year end and will report out its recommendation to the board.
Okay, so there's, any other comments? It's general consensus here that we need to keep doing this, okay? Great, thank you very much. I believe you have the next one as well.
Right, so this may be a fait accompli since you just continued something to a meeting that has not yet been established. But we're coming to the end of the board year, and as you all recall, you did not adopt a full board calendar, assuming you'll schedule the first meeting in April. It sounds like you're all in agreement that that'll be the 24th. We're just looking for a motion to establish that meeting.
Just before anybody goes for motion, is there an alternate date besides April 24th? The selfish reasons, I am out of country on April 24th.
That's your normal rhythm of Thursdays.
But I will be happy to join via Zoom.
You'll be joining remotely, won't you?
Yes.
No, he won't be present.
As will I.
Yes, just like you did in Costa Rica.
So, Mr. President, I move to adopt the calendar of meetings as set forth in the materials.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. It is unanimous. Thank you very much.
I
Okay.
move to convene into executive session to consult with legal counsel and to discuss contractual and personnel matters.
Second that.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor, say aye. That is unanimous. We're ready for executive session.
Hello, this is Peter Lusk, Chief Operating Officer with the Reston Association. This is your first quarter update for capital projects in 2025. Early in 2025, the association lost its Director of Capital Projects. At that time, staff conducted a triage of projects that were most important to be completed prior to summer 2025. Some of these projects include pool-related projects, dredging, and the ball fields at Hook Road. Staff track capital projects in 3 categories: scheduled, in progress, or completed. To date, staff have completed or purchased 8 projects, with 16 currently in progress. In 2024, staff implemented a new SOP for the purchasing of vehicles and equipment for the association. This allowed for more expedient purchasing of this equipment to allow for the equipment to be used in the year that it was funded by the Board of Directors. To date, the association has purchased 3 trucks, 2 lawnmowers, 1 blower, and a tire balancer machine that is used to maintain our vehicles. Staff would like to thank the Board of Directors for continuing to fund these pieces of equipment to allow staff to do their job in the field. The Autumnwood Pool project was funded in the 2025 Capital Improvement Plan. The scope of work includes a chip out and new white coat of the pool, beam repair, and replacement of existing pool lighting. The project is currently on time and on budget. The Barton Hill Tennis Courts renovation began in 2024. The project is at 90% completion, with crack repair and painting left to complete prior to reopening the courts in 2025. Staff are also completing the planting of a rain garden behind the courts, as we learned was important to the community at a project walkthrough in 2024. The project is anticipated to open in the second quarter of 2025. Nearly $600,000 was allocated to the Lake Newport pool in 2025 for a chip out and white coat of the pool. In late 24, early 25, staff discovered that the pool was losing water and decided to patch current leaks for a significantly smaller dollar amount than was allocated in the CIP. Staff will spend the summer investigating the issue while the pool is used by the membership for a successful 2025. Staff will return to the Board of Directors with a plan for remedying this issue during the 2025 budget process without likely having to allocate additional funds to the project. The Hook Road Ball Field project is scheduled to begin in the third quarter of 2025. Phase 1 of this project includes moving the home plates of the ball fields 10 feet on both fields, new fencing, site work, concrete, and new pathways within the park. Phase 1 of the project is planned to be completed by the end of the year 2025. 2 dredging projects were funded in the 2025 CIP, including the Lake Ann Canal and the West Cove of Lake Thoreau. Staff have received necessary approvals from the Army Corps of Engineers, Fairfax County, and have completed the soil testing required to move forward with the project. Staff anticipate completing the Lake Ann Canal dredging prior to Memorial Day 2025. The Lake Thoreau Observation Dock was funded in the 2025 CIP. Due to the impact to the community, staff will implement the recreation facility investment process and hold a public meeting in summer 2025 to receive feedback regarding the project. The engagement type for this project will be the consult method. This means that there will likely be one public engagement meeting related to the project to receive feedback from the community. Multiple pool maintenance projects were funded in the 2025 CIP and approved by the Board Procurement and Purchasing Review Committee. These projects were included on one contract and will be completed in spring 2025. The Lake Newport tennis renovation was previously scheduled to begin in 2024. The project schedule was pushed 1 year to allow for the implementation of the recreation facilities investment process. Staff will begin the engagement process in April 2025 by holding a public meeting at the tennis courts. The first community meeting for the Lake Newport tennis project will be on Wednesday, April 30th, 2025 at the Lake Newport courts. Due to the size and scope of this project, the involved method will be used to conduct engagement for the Lake Newport tennis courts. The first community engagement will be held in April, with multiple meetings taking place over the course of 2025. Due to the size and scope of this project, the involved method will be used to conduct engagement and receive community feedback. Here you see an outline of the engagement process for the courts. After public engagement, staff anticipates submitting for a site plan and permitting in early 2026, with construction beginning as soon as the site plan is approved, no later than 2027. The RA Board of Directors funded a pool condition assessment in the 2025 CIP. The purpose of this assessment is to test the planning included in the 2024 reserve study and to provide a more detailed assessment of the condition of 5 pools listed here on the screen: Newbridge, Ridge Heights, Tall Oaks, Golf Course Island, and Lake Audubon. Staff anticipate presenting the findings of this assessment in the second quarter of 2025. A new sidewalk at Lake Ann was funded in the 2024 CIP. Staff have completed a property line survey and determined that 75% of the proposed pathway is not on RA property. Staff are currently working with LARCA to develop an agreement that will allow for the construction of this pathway. Staff are currently working through 5 different playground and tot lot projects. These include projects funded in 2024 and 2025. Coltsbrook, Purple Beach, and Sanibel tot lots have made their way through the recreation facilities investment process and are currently being prepared for the DRB. Huntinghorn and Bordeaux were funded in the 2025 CIP, and staff are currently working with PRAC to develop a survey for distribution in spring/summer 2025. Playground and tot lot engagements will typically be the consult method of our recreation facility investment process strategy. We will implement the same process for the playgrounds funded in 2025. Staff have been working diligently to find a resolution to adding a crosswalk to Barton Hill Road. In 2023, a previous on-call engineer with the association completed a site survey and pedestrian counts that were provided to VDOT. It was determined that 115 feet of sight lines are necessary for safe turning onto Barton Hill Road. VDOT has expressed concern to staff related to drivers turning left onto Barton Hill Road from Sunrise Valley Drive due to the proposed crosswalk being within 300 feet of Sunrise Valley Drive. Due to this condition, VDOT is recommending a raised crosswalk or a refuge island on Barton Hill Road. Staff are keenly aware that this is not the desired resolution for the community and continue to work the issue. Staff have engaged one of the 2 new on-call engineers for the association to help find a solution that is suitable for the community. Thank you so much for listening. Please feel free to contact me directly with any questions.
The Member Services Department is for general information for our members. This winter, the team focused on processing assessments. There were slightly more calls last year compared to this year, and they were open for in-person interactions for extended hours the Friday before and Saturday leading up to the deadline of March 1st. They received over 3,174 calls and responded to over 10,000 emails. There's a member satisfaction rate from a survey during this time of 92%. Congratulations to the member services team serving our members. Member recreation passes are all-inclusive with access to pools, pickleball, and tennis. This was changed in 2024. Members simply need to activate their recreation pass the same way they have purchased in the past. Or, if new, create an account. There is no additional fee. As you can see in the chart below, this is a look at where we are trending through February 2028 compared to a full year in 23 and 24. We'll continue to update this information each quarter. There are a variety of options for recreation passes for non-members. There are options for all access, or a court pass for a family or for individual use. The price of the all-access family package was increased to match the RA assessment. As you can see in the chart below, there's a comparison, and we've added 2025 just through February 28th of this year for comparison to those overall years in 2023. We will continue to report out quarterly on how these sales are progressing. Seasonal hiring is underway, primarily for positions spring through fall. As you can see in the chart, we have wonderful retention rates, to include 68% for lifeguards compared to last year's 54%, 51% for camp staff, 81% for tennis professionals, and all of our pickleball instructors are returning this year. Additional recruitment efforts are underway for not only attracting high school and college-age employees, but also adults. Seasonal employees are important to our operation for recreation. There has been a wonderful streamlined process utilizing existing software to improve the experience for applicants to Reston Association and for the staff managing the system this year. All 15 aquatics facilities will be open this summer with expanded hours in response to member requests and funding approved by the Board of Directors. It includes over 1,400 additional open swim times. Additional details on where hours were funded are shown here. During the main season, when schools are out of session, the season has been extended to Friday, August 15th, which is right before school starts. Another improvement is that during this time, pools will be open for 6 to 7 days per week rather than the typical 2 days a week closure. The allocation of expanded hours continues to be in response to the community survey for preferred times that members would like to swim. The pool schedule will be available on the website beginning on April 1st. This slide shows pool hours of operation. Major factors influence the pool schedule to include Fairfax County Public Schools schedule, available staff resources, rentals, programming, maintenance, and funding. As you can see in the highlighted area of blue, this is reflective of the 2025 additional 1,400 hours added to the schedule for a total of 9,669 hours. Those hours are further broken down by season. Season 1 is when our first 2 facilities are open with heated water. Season 2 is Memorial Day until school is out. Season 3 is the main season. Season 4 is after school goes back in session, and Season 5 is post-Labor Day. There's also the chart in the bottom right-hand side, which shows the comparison of hours by district. To help provide additional information for the pool schedule and how it looks across Reston for the main season, June through August, when school is out of session, these slides have been developed. This represents all 15 pools open for business for the weekend schedule during that time. This is reflective of weekdays, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Through the area, there are 7 pools that are north of the toll road in the Lake Ann, Tall Oaks, and North Point districts. There are 8 pools south of the toll road in the Hunters Woods, Dogwood, and South Lakes district. This slide shows the first 3 days showing green where pools are open, blue for the water fitness program hours, and red for facilities that are closed for the day. In addition, it illustrates that pools are only closed for 1 day or less during the main season. This slide continues through the week, representing Thursday and Friday. Again, green for open facilities, blue for water fitness hours, and then red for closed facilities. This slide shows the much anticipated 2025 pool schedule. The schedule may be hard to see here, but it will be posted on the website on April 1st. In a variety of different ways to hopefully make it easier for people to see which pool they'd like to attend and what those hours of operation are. This schedule is reflective of community survey results showing when members prefer to swim and the funding available for extended hours of operation by the Board of Directors. Of facility projects scheduled for completion prior to opening this year. They include the replacement of North Shore thermal heater covers for a heated facility early May, the addition of an umbrella at North Hills Pool waiting deck for shade, new ADA chair lifts at Autumnwood, Uplands, and Lake Audubon, rounding out all facilities including a ADA chair lift for those that need it. An upgrade to water fountains to include water bottle fillers at Uplands, Autumnwood, and North Hills. Adding mobile umbrellas to additional facilities. Pool chairs and lounges will be replaced as furniture is inspected this spring. And new communication efforts for the website regarding specific pool announcements. An easier to read format of the schedule, additional recruitment strategies to include a wider range of demographics. Swim lesson registration opens May 5th for RA members. Scholarships are available for swim lessons and certification courses, and our water fitness class information will be posted online shortly. To receive news alerts for one facility or all facilities and even a topic of interest, go to the main webpage to view all news. Then click. Then on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see Notify Me. Click there. Then enter in your email address. This will help you learn if a facility is closed due to a summer storm. You can choose one specific facility or them all. The choice is up to you. We encourage you to register for this alert system new this summer. Total camp slots reached 2,210. Through the end of February, we've sold 1,400, which is just on target from last year. Based on member feedback, changes will be implemented in camp for 2025. We're bringing our art camp in-house for operation. We have a new softball theme camp, expansion of hours of operation at the nature camps to include a full day and half day options. We look forward to seeing you at camp this summer. Pickleball is in its 6th year of operation in Reston, and it's very easy to learn. Locations for open play are at Autumnwood, and programming is held at Lake Newport. Recently, in 2025, we're adding Pickleball Stroke of the Week, where students can spend 60 minutes working on a particular stroke that they're struggling with. We believe that these specialized classes will bring students in who don't want to repeat the basics in a group lesson, but have a desire to improve their game. Looking forward to adding a date for a tournament to the schedule very soon. Please join us for pickleball. It has 50 courts across 14 locations. We've added Stroke of the Week, a new bus trip to learn about tennis on May 3rd. We're hosting a tennis tournament on May 10th. And in the chart here, you can see our lessons and tournament and league participation throughout the years back to 2021. This information for 2025 is only through February 28th. Programs start in March, and we look forward to a robust tennis season. It's great fun. This quarter, we've already seen a trip to Wolf Trap and Capital One Hall, the Appraisal Roadshow, and the Jigsaw Puzzle and Lunch. Our 30th year anniversary of Senior Movie Day is this year. We have an average of about 245 participants each month. And for the next event is March 26th at 9:15 at Look Cinema at Reston Town Center. These events are monthly, the 4th Wednesday of every month. We hope to see you there. On April 8th, we have a trip to see the Nationals play. And on June 1st, at Chicago, the musical. Family dive-in movies start on June 25th with Lake Newport Pool. We hope to see you around this summer. Look for more information on our website and around at our facilities for events in Reston. In Reston, people live, work, play, and get involved. Volunteer Reston is a great organization for the participants that would like to give back to the community that they live in. For the upcoming spring events and opportunities, we have Arbor Day, Celebrate Reston, which was Founders Day, Habitat Heroes, Stream Monitoring, Walker Nature Center's Earth Day, a Potomac River watershed cleanup, and the community yard sale. We have already completed a few activities with over 50 people participating in MLK Day of Service projects at Kathy Hudgens Community Center. Over a dozen volunteers attended the Citizen Science Showcase at the Nature Center. And on March 22nd, we have a Snake Den Wrench event and Habitat Heroes at Polo Fields, Stream Monitoring at Tall Oaks. We hope that you will volunteer, reach out. We would love to have you participate. A very special thank you from Friends of Reston, the 501c3 that supports Reston Association members. This year, their budget is working towards supporting over $76,000 towards programs, services, and projects. This first quarter includes our ongoing commemorative bench program, where someone can purchase a bench, tax deductible, and place it on common area ground in commemoration of someone. Similar, we've revamped the commemorative tree program to be Friends of Trees. This program, more information coming soon, will be available for people to care for their own trees or have someone care for the trees for them in commemoration of someone else. Funding for Senior Movie Day through July, and then Environmental Film Series program. Information can be seen on the Reston Association website for Friends of Reston Bylaw Strategic Plan and how to donate. Upcoming activities, Scholarship is also underway for our Camp Nature swimming, tennis, and pickleball registrations. Senior Movie Day, Evening with Friends, Arbor Day, Spring Festival, and they'll be setting their election of the Executive Committee in April. We hope that you'll consider donating or joining Friends of Reston. Thank you for your time. We look forward to seeing you around Reston this spring.
Hi, this is Mike Reynolds, your Environmental Director with our Quarter 1 report. We have a number of funding updates going on right now in our environmental group. We have a $50,000 grant into the state of Virginia in order to look at preliminary engineering alternatives for Lake Ann. This is a matching grant, and we would use part of the match for this funding from our streams and watershed funds that are set aside. We also have a grant into the State Department of Wildlife Resources for meaningful watersheds environmental education at the Walker Nature Center, which would help us to expand into the local school systems. A number of projects underway that we're involved in. We're dredging the Lake Ann Channel this spring, and we have finished all of the state and federal compliance documents for that, and we are just awaiting some contract negotiations. We've been helping CSF and the recreation group with the kayak rack installation at Lake Audubon as a pilot project for kayak storage. We're working on the Razor report with the EAC, which will be coming to the board shortly, a pool tree trimming project with the arborists in CSF, and we've been doing remote strip inspections of all our common open space in RA this spring. There's a large BioBlitz operation program, if you will, scheduled for September 13th. We'll tell you much more about that. I've put a link in here in order for you to understand what a BioBlitz is. It's essentially a citizen science event where you look and try and inventory everything that might be living or in the natural system within your land area. It'll be a lot of fun, and we're expecting a lot of people to come from far and wide to be subject matter experts. We have a food truck evening event scheduling that we're doing for spring and summer at the Walker Nature Center. And we're also working on Springfest May 3rd, which is usually anywhere between 800 to 1,000 people that come out and celebrate the outdoors in spring. There's a lot of kid programs, fishing, vendors. This year, we're actually adding vendors to be more of a expo for environmental programs for homeowners, such as composting, solar, etc. We have a number of agreements or contract issues that we're dealing with. The lake monitoring and data collection contract, which is done annually, has been renegotiated. We're trying to work on upgrading the way we do it for the same amount of money. Our dam and monitoring process with engineers, which is for safety and insurance purposes, as well as just the health of the dams and management of them. Invasive species project, we have RFPs out for that project. Tree canopy survey and forest health RFP is just about done, and we're working on a GIS trails component for someone to help map the trails within RA, as well as some GIS training and upgrading of our databases, which helps us with our maps and our data that helps with geographic information systems. And then we still have some pending conversations with EAC and certainly all of you, our attorney and others about the American Forest Carbon Credit program, whether we decide to move forward on that or not. Some emerging issues that we're dealing with. Deer management certainly is a long conversation. We're beginning to have that with the county about how they might cooperate with us in appropriate control of deer over the next year. We have stream restoration projects that the county has, and I'll have a map here in just a sec of those at Piney Branch, the Lake Newport Road area near Lake Newport, obviously, and then the Twin Branches Stormwater Facility below the Barton Hill facility. We also have a sustainability plan underway. We have an intern working with us this year from VCU. We should have that to you in draft form by June. And then we're working on a number of monitoring projects for climate, wildlife issues. We have a beaver that has emerged in the ponds in Autumnwood with some tree protection needs. We are concerned about bird flu, not overly, but we're watching it in mostly water birds and geese. And then we have pests to be concerned about, such as the emergence of the lanternfly that might be coming into our area more and more. And then, of course, we're working on any kind of new invasives and monitoring our forest for that health. Here are the maps of the stream restorations that the county is proposing this year. They have done many of these, as you know, in Reston, and these are nothing quite new to that, but they will involve some public meetings and dealing with neighbors. The one off to the right there, the Twin Branches Stormwater Facility, that is a very different kind of restoration. It involves creating some storm ponds and some filtering mechanisms down where there's a dam along the Twin Branches Road. We can talk more about that if there's any questions. Thank you very much for your support, and to have any discussions that you need.
Hi, this is Natalie Syria, the Land Use Planner, and here are the Q1 land use updates. Staff are actively tracking the new text amendment to the PRC zoning minor modifications and exceptions policy. The county did a presentation on this topic at the January 9th board meeting. We are also assisting the Land Use Advisory Committee to facilitate meetings, develop templates to invite developers to present at the committee, and develop recommendations. The Land Use Committee has also developed a land use tracker, which is managed by the Land Use Planner. The tracker includes 27 developments, which include site-specific plan amendment nominations, rezonings, special exceptions, and more that are ongoing in Reston. The Land Use Committee utilizes the Land Use Tracker to stay on top of various land use applications in Reston, including 24 SSPA nominations and 3 other applications that are being tracked, including Reston Town Center North. Here's a list of the 2025 SSPAs. And here is the SSPA process flow chart. As you can see, there are lots of opportunities for the Land Use Committee to participate, and here are recommendations at the county. The key emerging issues that we're tracking are Reston National Golf Course SSPA and PRC plan, and the PRC amendment draft language will likely be released soon. The Reston Town Center North application is also moving forward. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Megan McCosey, Community Outreach Manager, and along with Cam Adams, Director of Covenants Administration, we will be providing our first cluster outreach update of 2025. Our cluster and condominium directory is officially 1 year old, and we are so excited to make this deliverable available to our members. Updates occur on or around the 1st of the month each month, and the directory contains general contact emails and management company information for those associations that have provided their information to be posted. Participation in this online resource is optional. Beginning in the first quarter of 2025, staff has reviewed and updated the SOP for collecting information and has begun to implement processes for proactively collecting real-time information as opposed to waiting for cluster or condominiums to respond. These methods include confirming contacts and board position when submitting a DRB application for cluster standards or cluster common area, adding term expirations and annual meeting dates to our internal roster to ensure staff captures changes as they occur, and finally, adding a link for association leaders to update contacts to all cluster outreach communications. Our main driver of information to our cluster and condominium associations is our Cluster Connect newsletter. Our latest issue was released on February 18th and included articles written by our team on various topics, such as how often should clusters update their standards, smart snow and ice practices for condominiums, call for updates to the cluster and condo directory, helping members navigate the resale process, a parking policy primer for clusters, January meet and greet outreach event recap, and WMCCAI Community Management Conference update. Upcoming tentative 2025 publication dates include April 15th, June 17th, August 12th, October 7th, and December 9th. Cluster and condominium leaders are encouraged to continue to send in topical areas they believe will be of interest. Please reach out to our team for more information. Our 2025 calendar of outreach events showcases an exciting selection of educational opportunities. Following our January meet and greet covering Community Association Financial Management, our next meet and greet event, A Guide to Updating Your Cluster's Color Palette, is tentatively scheduled for April 21st. Building Permits 101, a training event for members and staff conducted in partnership with Fairfax County, is tentatively scheduled for June 17th. Covenant's annual legal seminar, featuring a thorough review of recent Virginia legislative updates, is tentatively scheduled for June 23rd. And finally, 2 additional meet and greet outreach events are tentatively scheduled for September 15th and November 10th and include an end-of-year Meet Your Advisor social networking open house. Covenant staff continues collection of each cluster association's current certificate of insurance. This process, which includes association contact, collation, and certificate log updating, has been operationally routinized in accordance with a detailed SOP, which Covenant staff developed and maintains. As we mentioned throughout 2024, all cluster and condominium associations in Reston should be familiar with the Corporate Transparency Act, or CTA, and the reporting requirements associated with this legislation. The Corporate Transparency Act was approved by Congress in 2021. This act intends to detect and report suspicious activity, including predicate offenses to money laundering and terrorist finance, in order to facilitate tracking money that has been sourced through criminal or terrorist activity to safeguard the national security and financial system of the United States. The current status of the CTA is as follows. On March 2nd, the United States Treasury Department issued a statement regarding enforcement of the Corporate Transparency Act. The official notice states, quote, "Not only will it not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the beneficial ownership information reporting rule under the existing regulatory guidelines, but it will further not enforce any penalties or fines against United States citizens or domestic reporting companies or their beneficial owners after the forthcoming rule changes take effect either," quote. This recent action is interpreted to mean the Corporate Transparency Act and its reporting requirements are no longer in effect for United States citizens or domestic reporting companies, including all applicable community associations. It is critical that associations consult with their counsel to discuss next steps. Associations must be aware of the CTA to better understand direct or specific implications of which the association and membership should be aware. Congratulations to Harper Square Cluster, which opened their electric vehicle charging station in February. After being selected to participate, Harper Square went through Fairfax County's Charge Up Fairfax program. Cluster and condo associations exploring their options with regard to electric vehicle charging stations should stay tuned for future opportunities to work with Charge Up Fairfax on their own installation projects. Thank you for listening, and as always, if any member has questions or is looking for support from either myself, Cam, or any other member of our team, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Good evening, everyone. This is Zane Safdar from the Reston Association IT Department. I'm pleased to provide you with an update on the activities related to the use and support of information technology at the Reston Association. Here is our information technology quarterly update for March 2025. This is the first quarter 2025 IT update. In this presentation, we are providing updates on the IT team, Windows 11, IT hardware replacement, Covenant SharePoint, staff intranet, human resources and ADP, and our IT roadmap. In the past year, the IT department has gone through significant staffing changes. I have been promoted as the new IT manager for the Reston Association, and we have hired a new senior IT delivery associate, Damian Budnick. I'm very excited to introduce Damian to the board, as it has been a pleasure working with him throughout his first few weeks. Damian is a great asset to the Reston Association, as he will be the main point of contact for all support and service requests submitted by staff. The RA IT department will be continuing to work in conjunction with Red River, providing managed services, and Wifley providing digital advisory services. Reston Association has initiated the Windows 11 project and rollout. In October of this year, Microsoft will end support for Windows 10. Our goal is to have the organization transition to Windows 11 by this summer. We have already taken the steps to start the process of introducing Windows 11 into our environment. 18 laptops were procured for laptop replacements in accordance with the laptop replacement schedule. These laptops will be deployed with Windows 11 and will act as our pilot test group. For any new hires and onboardings, we will be deploying machines with Windows 11. After the pilot has concluded, we will initiate the rollout of Windows 11 to the rest of the organization. All machines within the organization are eligible for the Windows 11 upgrade. This process will be automated through updates and will be actively monitored. Communications and guidelines will be sent out to users and all staff for general information on what changes to expect. The Reston Association computer hardware replacement has been developed for 2025 through 2029. As a part of its Microsoft serverless initiative last year, RA has eliminated the need to buy servers. The replacement of the network hardware is underway and included in the 2025-2026 capital plan. A detailed plan for this replacement has been defined. Remaining hardware is to be purchased in the following years include desktops, laptops, iPhones, and iPads. These endpoints will be replaced according to their end-of-life cycle schedule. Over the years, the Covenant staff at Reston Association has compiled a large number of high-resolution files stored in our SharePoint, which is continuously growing. Due to the large number of files being hosted under the Covenant SharePoint, it is causing a slower sync time for Covenant staff to upload documents and collaborate on files. The IT department is working with Red River to resolve this issue. To address this, the RA IT department has developed a project plan to alleviate the stress of syncing and to create a better structured digital environment for Covenant staff to collaborate. We have initiated our plan to restructure the Covenant SharePoint library, which will increase the ability for staff to collaborate digitally and improve service delivery to the members. Currently, we are at the second stage of this project, creating new libraries for the staff, and look forward to completing this project by the end of April. Back in 2020, we worked with Red River to create our staff intranet, providing a central hub for all staff to access resources. We are now looking to revamp the staff intranet and update the content that currently exists. We are in the process of identifying the scope of this project and are planning to provide updates to the site soon. We are looking forward to providing a structured, up-to-date environment that will host material and documentation for all staff to view. The staff intranet will include material like RA Insider News, Operation SOPs, IT documents, HR documents, RA Vision and Mission, Reston events, and much more. The impact this will have on staff will be improved efficiency, staff will have quicker access to important documents and information, enhanced communication, they will be informed and connected with company updates, streamlined processes, staff will have access to SOPs, which will ensure consistency and clarity in operations, and community engagement. Staff will be able to stay involved with local events and activities. In collaboration with Human Resources, the IT department is implementing technology-driven improvements to streamline business processes and eliminate paper. These enhancements utilize ADP Human Resources, which is currently used for payroll. In February 2025, we replaced the existing recruiting application with ADP Recruiting. This enabled applicants to easily apply for job opportunities at Reston Association. We are automating the staff onboarding process to update and notify the IT department once the employee start date is confirmed. This will ensure that all employees are onboarded with the proper account and device configuration on their first day. We're also replacing the paper-based personnel action form with an online form for requesting and approving compensation adjustments. For performance management, we will also be introducing a new employee performance assessment process using an online tool. This will get rid of our current evaluation system, which is done through paper forms. All these improvements are expected to be completed by the fourth quarter of 2025. The theme of this year is to leverage technology to improve staff and member engagement. For our IT roadmap, we are planning to consolidate applications to leverage our 4 main softwares: Microsoft 365, Sage Intacct, ADP, and Civic Plus. We will be carefully considering the costs involved with this as we continue to make improvements. I am very excited to present our preliminary IT roadmap for creating value that drives member satisfaction and enhances the overall online experience. Our primary goal is to provide a unified user experience with single sign-on and consistent navigation across all our services. This initiative is centered around the implementation of the Civic Plus CRM platform, which will streamline our processes and improve user engagement. The roadmap I am presenting is being refined with Civic Plus, and we will keep you apprised of our progress and any changes to the plan as we move forward over the next 2 years. The first step in our journey was completed in September 2024 when we successfully replaced the association's website with the new Civic Plus platform. This upgrade has already shown positive results in terms of user interaction and satisfaction. Our next milestone involves replacing the current application used by Parks and Recreation, including the existing payment platform, with the Civic Plus Recreation module. This transition will not only modernize our system, but also introduce online payment processing, making it more convenient for our users to access and pay for services. Following this, we plan to introduce Member Services Management using the 311 CRM module. This will allow us to better manage and respond to member inquiries and service requests, ultimately improving our service delivery and member satisfaction. Finally, we will be evaluating the best approach to replace the existing application for member assessment payments. This step would further enhance our payment processing capabilities and ensure a seamless experience for our members. We anticipate that these improvements will significantly enhance the user experience, drive higher satisfaction levels, and create lasting value for our association. With that, that wraps up the first quarter information technology update. As always, IT is here to help. We look forward to continuing to support Reston and its technology needs. See you next time and have a great spring.
to it.
Here we go.
Disclose everything, and then we're done.
Good. All right,
Nobody will hack it.
Mr. President, I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a contractual nature involving personnel matters or involving consultation with counsel were discussed or considered by the board during executive session.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. President, I motion to extend tonight's meeting to 11:40 PM.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. Thank you again.
Mr. President, I move to approve the recommendations of the legal committee as amended in executive session.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me count the votes here. I have Director Johnson, Dodd, Flashman, Santa, myself, Garwatch, Just Jack Perry. Those opposed? Abstaining. Director Farrell abstains. That's 801. Passes.
Mr. President, I move to approve Robert Martson for the position of member to the Covenants Committee.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. President, I move that in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement to approve the contract with WeWorka Construction Management Incorporated for construction services related to Hook Road in the not-to-exceed amount of $382,980.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, I move to approve the actions discussed in executive session as it pertains to the CEO.
No second.
No second.
Moving on.
Okay, moving on.
New business.
New business. You have the agenda sheet that oh, here it is.
Can I do one small thing of new business before we do the calendar or the agenda?
Sure.
So I had spoken to Brittany during a break, but I wanted to ask if we could have Brittany do some research for the board on the last two election reports that we received. For some reason, the count on the paper ballots went down from an earlier version to a later version, and you normally would only see things go up, not down. And that seems like an anomaly that we should check with our counting agent regarding.
Okay.
So without objection, I'm asking Brittany to do that research on
Yep.
behalf of the board.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now on new business.
So, Mr. President, I would move to approve the draft agenda topics as presented for the regular Board of Directors meeting agenda for April 9th, 2025.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. And I believe that,
No,
No, we have a
24th.
second.
I'm sorry.
Second agenda.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I move to approve the draft agenda topics as presented for the regular Board of Directors meeting of agenda of April 24th, 2025 with the following amendments. I'd like to add Razor report to become G. I'd like for Barton Hill crosswalk to come after the CEO update, so that would be the new I believe. And I'd like to make the new J the committee resolution.
Does that cover everything?
Yep.
No objection.
No objections. Hearing no objections.
We're done.
I believe that covers.
That was,
We have to vote on it.
we still have to vote on
we-
it. The
sorry, thank
objection
you.
was to the.
To the, I say.
amendment.
All those in favor, say aye. We have Director Johnson, Flashman, Farrell, Santa, myself,
that meeting
Garwatch, Just Jack Perry, yes.
I'll be at Omaha.
Those opposed? Abstaining, Director Dodd, abstaining 801, that motion passes. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, please, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you for your, at 11:26, our agenda is done. This being the last board meeting for the 2024-2025 session, I just want to conclude this by, again, acknowledging appreciation to Directors Dodd and Grywatch for their service. Really, and I mean that sincerely from a personal level, and being a member of this board. You guys have done a lot.
And with the officers outgoing, I wanted to also thank you, Jalal, and others for your service. Izzy, Trevor.
Thank you.
We've had a good team this year.
And more than anything else, for me personally, just being among you guys and making friends has been tremendous and priceless. The other thing that I'd like to mention as we close this is, for those of us who are members who are listening to us, again, voting is still open until Monday. Please vote. And please come to the annual meeting. And with that, at 11:27, everybody have a great night and good weekend. Thank you.